that's so exciting, and it's so amazingly attractive.
Yeah, you're not laughing now, are you?
Keep it professional, people. I just span around in my seat going, yeah, we are laughing now, but like really fast. And so now I'm going a bit funny. You know, one of the bones in your ear is called an anvil. And here's where that gets super interesting. I was talking to Mumford about Bach's Well-Tempered Clavier. And there's another one, someone in the chat might know. Hello, everyone. Lovely to see you. What a privilege to be able to stream and have people here. I'll get some hellos in a minute. But there's the Well-Tempered Clavier, and then there's something like, it's like standard tempered, or I've got it wrong. Hang on, let me have a look. Let me have a quick look. Let's try AI. What versions of tempering did Bach have for piano? Well, that would have been a harpsichord, I imagine, when it started. Yeah, all right. Well, temperament. Anyway, what the well-tempered, equal temperament. That's the other one. Equal temperament. Now, the interesting thing is there's a lovely little story that this does go back. I saw there's someone behind me. You know, when you feel like there's a huge man standing there. No, okay. There's a story that Bach was walking through. Oh, by the way, we should be in 1080. Do I look better? Not do I look better because I haven't been to the hairdressers since I got sick. But is it a crisper picture? Can you see the water damage a bit better? I might have to put it back to 480. I still get a. That's not so bad. There's a lovely little story. It's a bit like Albert Hoffman, who invented LSD. There's a story that he was trying to make something else. He accidentally got it in his mouth, or he took it. That's not the important part. And he had a bike ride home. And while imagine the first person ever to do acid, like LSD 25. He's walking. He's on his bike riding home. Imagine coming up on acid and you're not prepared in any way for it. There's been no 60s. You don't know what psychedelia is. And you're just going, and the road in front of you is going, and you look up and the clouds they look like they've got the pattern of a bottom of a pair of shoes all over them. Everyone gets that one. And then you notice it's on the walls and the floors and everything's covered. And so you have a closer look at it. And instead of it being like loads of footprints moving around, it's loads of sort of like little gnomes mining. Not like they're made out of the... Anyway, it's very hard to explain acid. You don't actually have real hallucinations. I didn't see loads of gnomes mining, but I sort of did, but they were flat within the texture that was already there. I had a band years ago called Fruit Bowl, but it was originally called Music from the Fruit Bowl. And because I was on acid once in my mother's house. Done a lot of acid in my mum's house. I think that's a lot of trauma there. You know, when I nicked that goat. So for anyone who doesn't know, we've come to that part of the cycle. I went out tripping. I'll give you the very quick version. I went out tripping, found a goat. It weren't lost. It was tethered. But I thought, yeah, come on. It had horns and all the square eyes and that. And I thought, I'll have that. I'm trying not to say steal, and you'll see that I didn't actually. And I took it home, and my mother's in bed, and I get it in my room, like a tiny little middle of terrace, 13 foot wide, and like trying to get it up the stairs quietly. And at one point it bolted because it didn't want to sort of, it was a little bit scared being in a house. But I luckily had hold of its rope because it nearly bashed through at the top of the stairs. It's like my mum's bedroom doors at the top of the stairs as you go straight, and I'm on the right. Well, me and my brother's room, but my brother had gone to, well, he weren't there. I don't know where he was. I could make something up for you if you want. He was round Karen's house. Anyway, it's bolted a bit, and it seemed like millimeters away from, the rope sort of fell out my hand. I said I'd say the short version, didn't I? But it sort of went through my hands. I just in time got enough. And they're quite strong goats. I mean, I'm sure not all of them are, but this particular breed, I imagine it had smashed my mother's doors open. My poor old mum, she must have been about 50, 55 at the time. And, 3 o'clock in the morning, goat comes in her room. So anyway, I get it in my room, and you can imagine you're tripping. So it doesn't take long before you think you're communicating with it, and you're testing it. I'll tell you what, I had a mate once. Now, I can never remember how it works, but when he explains it to me, it makes sense. He was watching YouTube videos. Did you hear that? Did anyone hear the VAR? I changed some settings. Hello, Alan. How are you, sonner? Did you hear the VAR? Did anyone hear it? Did anyone hear that second VAR? Thank you for that, Alan. Hope you're well. Nice one, Anglo, for that one. I did email you. You could have smashed Joe Guest. You bottled it like your football team does. What, 4-2? Joint top of the league? It was a cracking game, though. I was, we won't get into football, but as you can imagine, yeah, it was difficult, but just got through it. I think Liverpool are going to beat Wolves, though, so they'll knock us down. But if anyone's watching that, keep me in tune with the score, can you? Thank you, Anglo. Thank you, Alan. Nice to see the pair of you. Nice to get the house grift going. I had a load of new SUBSTACK subscribers. I don't know where they've come from. Like a load of them. Like, I don't know, 14, 15, 16. They just sort of 4 one day, 6 the next day. I guess there might be some sort of writers club. I'm just guessing. And someone there said, oh, you should check this bloke out. And they've all signed up. A few of them have pledged. I've got people now pledging on SUBSTACK, which is what it means is if I monetize it, they'll start getting charged. Now, I'm not going to yet. I might in a year or something, because obviously it's all hands to the deck to get this fucking house in the country. But really encouraging. I haven't put a news story up for a few months. I am working on one, which is why this is going to be a quickie. I've got to do a work video after this. I've got to do I doubt I'll finish it tonight. I've got to do some work on this short story, and it's already 20 to 1 in the morning. But much appreciate the house grift. So I get it in my room, and I'm sort of, I wanted to tell you about Nick and the phone. So he's watching things about, painters, Austrians, and all sorts of things on YouTube. And he can't find his mobile or something. So he calls it on the landline, which is on his desk, but nothing doing. It's ringing, but he can't hear it, and he's tripping. Now, I was lucky. I never had a mobile when I was tripping. I had a pager. But I'd stopped all my psychedelics by the time I got a mobile. I think I might have had a Nokia, but, it's not the same, is it? You haven't got people hassling you, coming at you from about 20 different platforms. And anyway, he sort of forgot about that, and he sort of thought, oh, maybe I need a wee. Gone into the toilet. Now he's full tripping, acid and ketamine, a lot of both. He's sitting on the toilet, and you know what acid's like. You get in there to go to the toilet, but you don't even take your trousers down. You just sort of sit down and go, I don't remember anyone putting this wallpaper up. It's very nice. It's almost it's like it's moving. It's like a wallpaper that never sits still. And then you think, hang on, I'm tripping, aren't I? So it's just a white, but it's just what's the classic? Well, it's eggshell. It's just eggshell, and it's dirty, so it looks like his patterns. And then he sees his telephone on the system. I think this is how it worked, and it's vibrating because he hasn't put down the phone that he called his own mobile on. So it's going, but it hasn't got the ringer on. So now he takes his trousers down, starts his way, he gets his phone, it's ringing, and he doesn't recognize the number. So he answers it, tripping, thinking this would be weird. And it's Adolf Hitler on the phone to him. And he's like, hello? And he's like, he's fine, Jay voice, he's like, listen, mate, I don't think this is confusing to say the least, but I don't speak German. And then old AH has gone, fine, change that going Sunday. Sorry, I can't improvise German. Did you notice that? And he's like, look, maybe we can work something else out because this isn't working. Now, of course, what's actually happened is, because he didn't hang the phone up, the video's on autoplay. Another video's come up of Hitler doing a speech. He's answered the phone. But what a turnout. Anyway, so that wasn't anything to do with the goat. So, but it was similar in a way because I was sort of trying to talk to the goat and convincing myself that it was responding. And then I painted it. I had some poster paint, they're water-based, not a problem. And I started off just doing spirals and psychedelic stuff on the little symbols on its back and that. I thought that'd be all right. But the problem was there was something really nice about the brush on its hair. And in the end, I just sort of painted it blue and then got my hands on it and was sort of smearing it in. And it sat down and everything. It's sort of like, all right, then let's go for it. Now, did you hear that? Did anyone hear that? Oh, no, 22 hours said no. I've heard 3 varts. Well, I'm going to turn it up a bit. I can see there's some other super chats coming. I will deal with them shortly. Why can't you hear that? It's such a shame. What if I put that nearer the microphone? Because I don't know why it used to work. It was amazing. Anyway, when I started coming down off the acid, it was a bit like, mate, you've got a blue goat in your house. Now, the thing is, stealing a goat from a field about a 4-mile walk away, mid-trip, quite easy. No, not many people about, take the back routes. But taking a blue goat back when it's starting to get light, tell me you heard that. That nearly blew me off my seat. Did anyone hear that one? I'm begging for a yes. Yeah, I think it is that, Floella. It's weird. Oh, okay, Matsuka. I don't know what it is. 9. Hello, 42. Good to see you. Oh, you got a bit, did you, Alexander? I wonder if I change one of the settings. I'm going to change it to this one. if I don't get an electric shock, fucking hell, it won't even move. It's so seized up. Fucking hell. I can't move it. It won't move. Can you still hear me? Because it won't move, so I can't even change the setting. Well, at least I know when one comes through. Brad, not. Moody Edge has said I've got a non-function. Fuck, I said I've got a non-fuck. What a Freudian slop. Non-functional VAR. I'd have that checked. I don't say that because things like that come out when I'm in doctor situations. I'll just say it to make myself tickle. Anyway, so I took the goat back, and it was awkward, and I felt like a drug addict because I was, and taking it back. And that poor farmer or owner, well, I doubt it was a farmer. Of course, it's a fucking farmer. Whoever owned that goat would have woken up and went to feed it, and probably got home and went, "Mum, someone painted Benny blue." Anyway, when Bark was working out his equal temperament and his world temperament, which was the start of making it so that a keyboard could play in all the keys rather than just a couple or one. There's a story like Albert Hoffman riding his bike tripping and is it real or is it apocryphal? Is that the word I'm after? I think it is. I should know that word. Yeah, that'll do. Hang on. Yeah, there you go. Apocryphal, something widely circulated or believed to be true, but is doubtful in authenticity or origin, often used to describe stories or statements that are not verified, likely to be fictional, even though some people accept them as facts. And essentially, we live in an apocryphal reality, don't we? Because I think that criteria is pretty much where we are. Anyway, but the story goes that as Bark was walking home one day, or, being Bark, he was probably springing his step. And he heard the blacksmiths on the anvils. Now, my old man worked in a forge. He used to be a bronze caster, bronze forger. There's a bit of his work. You'll see him all over London. There you go. And Ed do a lot of work. He had an anvil in the garden. And when he made things, when anyone who's worked with an anvil will know this. And even when you see him on movies, you know whether they've got it wrong or right. No way is AI Robot 3 in here. I need a volunteer scrub, top man and woman, Dangerfield. I've been speaking to Jason Cohn. Yeah, I know the fella. Anne-Marie Waters. I spoke to Anne-Marie. She has read his book. I think she will talk to him. Woes. And what do you need me to do, AI Robot 3? If there's anything I can do, I can. What do you want me to do? If I can put people together, if I can help, I'll try, but I'm not quite sure what you want. Nice to see you, Edo. When you use an anvil, you hit the metal, bang, and then you hit the anvil. Dun. It's just like a rhythm thing. Dang, dun, dang, dun, dang, dun. And when Bark heard that, he realized that there was a different frequency from the metal on the anvil and just the anvil, and different hammer sizes of different blacksmiths on the same size anvil. Because don't forget, the piano is actually a percussion instrument. It's full of little hammers that hammer strings. When you press a key on a piano, a little hammer goes bang on a few strings. Weird, huh? Amazing. But the what's it called? Horrible instrument. What came before the bloody piano? I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. It's been a long year, been a long life. Harpsichord. The harpsichord, the reason it's got such a peculiar sound, when you press a key on a harpsichord, it doesn't hit it with a hammer, it plucks the strings. So from pressing the button, you have to set up a little process that goes down and plucks the strings. Beautiful, really. I mean, I don't actually like the sound of a harpsichord. Anyway, I told you all that 21 minutes so that I could show you something that I've just realized I've shown you before. But it's a tiny little anvil that my dad made. Look at the anvil. Look, it's even got the holes in it. See the two holes there? It's a handmade anvil paperweight from Big Daddy Danger. Huh. They don't make callings like they used to. I sent Packer a invite. I guess he's down the boozer. So he won't be joining me. Right, let's deal with these super chats. We've done Alan's. Thank you, Alan. Alan, I'm thinking you're probably walking around now. You're over both operations. As long as there's been no complications, I bet you're springing your step like Johann Sebastian Bach. Let me know, Alan. Anglo, thanks for that. I could have smashed it. It's just one of those. Don't remind me. That was a bleak whole night. If anyone doesn't know, people, don't forget to like the stream, please. It really helps. And I'm gonna be going a bit more full time with YouTube. Start making videos again, because when my missus said how much this house would cost, it keeps going up. And the further it goes up, the less it's going to get done. I think she knows that, though. Alexander has gifted 5 memberships. Very Khan, the wrath of Khan. Very kind, Alexander. People, you need to be, you need your YouTube to be set up to accept free memberships. But some of you will have got them. So there you go. And we all know they're the most elite memberships in YouTube history, because those members only streams, but you can make use of the emojis immediately. Thank you, Alexander. And he's been a member for 1 month. That's absolutely lovely. And look at that, he's even called it free subscriptions. So thank you very much. And if you got one of them, thank Alexander. I'd appreciate that, no doubt. Bradley drops a 5-bit. Do you reckon Mr. and Mrs. Starmer are in a relationship with Lord Ali? I don't really know a lot about them. I wouldn't put anything past communists, because anything of value, like a marriage, they seek to destroy, because that's what communism is about. It's about destruction. Now, there is a time and a place for breaking boundaries, but we have other cultural areas for that, like the arts and the sciences. But traditions and things that keep our society together, you know, values, traditions, heritage, rituals. We really, you know, in the West, we really lack rituals. Certain groups don't. They have very strong rituals that have kept them together nicely. And to their credit, you know. Next bit. I swallowed a sea bass bone last night. Oh, at least you had a sea bass. That must have been nice. And tonight you're going for a giant calzone. Is that a folded pizza? Now, you obviously like them, Brad, and that's all right. But for me, I've only ever had one calzone or calzone, I don't know. And it was too much like a lung. And when Mumford scraped some cheese out and said, that's the cancer, you know, it takes a lot to put me off my food, but that kind of did. Alexander even dropped 20 knock for a VART test. It's a terrible shame because I thought I'd got it sorted. Let me change settings just quickly and see when the next one comes in whether it works. Who knows? JP's been a member for 36 months, has he? Yeah, he's been a member for at least twice that. That would have been the when I disappeared or something. Nice one, JP, though. Always appreciated. Thank you all. Much, much appreciated. Don't forget, you've got entropy at the top. You've got super chats at the bottom. If you use this one, which a couple of people did last week, I'm going to get that live on the screen so I can keep a check on it. You get a video reply. And also that one, I lose the least out of all of them. So you know you have to give YouTube their cut or entropy their cut. It goes YouTube, entropy, and then that one. If you hover your camera phone over it, it will give you a little link. But you get a little video reply. Yeah. Did you see my short? After the last stream when I went off to Super Duper, I made a little short because they were preparing some kind of light show out in Phnom Penh. Tell me you heard that. Please tell me you heard that. JP tested it. What a legend. Did you hear that? It's going to be a no, isn't it? Hello, Eleanor. Partially. Oh, Floella got it. JP got it. The VARTs are back on. The VARTs are on. Alexander got it proper big one, and he even used a scrubism to explain it. Mark heard the VAR. Eleanor got a ding. Ragnar Ryan Spear, if that is his real name, he heard it. AI robots on fire. Dirty rat, dry rat even, says his surname means son of an Ulsterman. Oh, nice. There you go, 42. You got a few hanging about around you. Johnny Redpill Seed, quiet but audio vartage. Well, better than nothing. Moody Edge sounded like a wasp farting 50 yards away. Well, it's better than nothing. You varted. That's right, Floella. I managed to get round the tricks of the trade. Right, let's get a guest on, shall we? Because I can't stay here all night. I will go for too long and end up not getting my work done and not writing. And then that'll put me into a bad mood. But after Arsenal went 2-0 up before half time. Within about 5 minutes of the restart, they were 2-2. And I was like, don't do this. And then in added time, they scored 2 goals. And I was like, yeah, I'll do a stream. If they hadn't won, I wouldn't have done a stream. So horrible, football. If you're not into football, don't get into it. And if you've got kids, don't get them into it. I will get my kids into it. But don't put that on them. Because when you have a win, it's nice. But when you have a lose, you're wrecked until the next match. Thank you, John, for the VART test. Anyway, let me just check entropy. Right, we're all good. Right, let's see if someone wants to come in. We might get a couple of people in because Pakar ain't here. Here we go. There's the link. Listen, if I chuck you out, it's not because you're boring, but I want to get a few different people on. So you'll probably get 5 to 10 minutes, unless it's something extra special. But don't feel like I'm... 22H has been on the firm for 14 months. You've been around these parts longer than that. Dry Rat and Ragnar would appear to be making connections. Did I say hello to you, Eleanor? I read something out, didn't I? Nice to see you. Ragnar Ironspear said McNulty. Good Lord. Hello, Teflon Guan. I take it you're new here. Nice to see you. Hello, John. The link is in the chat. 42, you can come on, mate, if you want. No, if no one else is going to come on. That was a backhanded compliment. What I meant was, you know, I know you're the kind of guy who won't come on to give someone else a bit of airtime, but no one seems to be rushing. I don't mind. I'll carry on talking nonsense. Hello, Skin. How are you, son? Skin, did you have some trouble? Did you have some legal trouble? Or have I confused you with someone? Ragnar streaming tomorrow, 7 o'clock UK time with the Angry Bootneck. I imagine that's who that is. Moody Edges on the firm. Hello, IR. Keir sits in the corner quietly weeping while Ali ploughs his missus. These are things I don't know about. Right, what I'm going to do instead, if no one's coming on, 100 people, lovely. People, don't forget to press the like, and then YouTube will recommend this utter tosh to someone else. I've got a video we can watch. Oh, I had backup. So I couldn't find the original CNN. So this is from the liberal hive mind. Good channel, worth a pop. He's got a very simple little format that he uses every time. But CNN decided to talk to some children. I mean, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you talk to 5 and 6 year olds about politics? I wouldn't be surprised if they interviewed like 1,000 so that they could, spin it. But they got a little bit of a shock. Now, I haven't watched this. I watched enough to know that it would be of interest. So let's have a look at some of these kids talking about politics. And I think it will be quite frightening. I will respond to it because I kind of have to. So let's roll VT. Let me know if you can't hear it. It's usually better than... Hello, Andrew. Good to see you. Hello, Neil. Okay. Smell cancellation underpants. Just turn them inside out for a couple of days. Hello, Willie. Nice to see thee. Where did Skin answer me? There you go. I mean, I won't tell you anything you don't already know, but what a bastard. For people who don't know, conspiracy is a nasty one. I mean, they can lock you up or fine you or whatever without any actual evidence of the crime you've committed, because as the charge suggests, they're suggesting you conspired to do it. Like, you can conspire to tell me you heard that Vart. I'm going to stop saying it. If you did, enjoy it. For me, the Varts are back. It's Mouse Cat dropping a 10 spot. Hello, Otto. Good to see you. Mouse Cat said, I had an old fashioned... Ah, yeah, man. I nearly went out and had one yesterday as well. The missus is in the provinces. I thought, why don't you go out and have a couple of old fashions? But I thought, you know what happens? A couple becomes four. For people who don't know, an old fashioned is a very, very, very basic cocktail. It's a Scotch whiskey or a bourbon. I prefer the Scotch version. It's got a sugar lump in it that you don't crush up. It's got a big slice of orange peel and a couple of drops of Angus Duras. It's almost nothing really. Just there's only one spirit in it, and it's so good. Let's see what Mousecat has had to say about it. I had an old fashioned last night in a nice bar. Was rather nice. Flavors start whiskey, then go all sweet with a weird chocolatey coffee flavor. A many layered drink. Quite liked it. I wonder whether that was a variation on an old fashioned, because I don't. Maybe the sugar cube was like a bit of chocolate or something. I don't know. Sounds good though. Sounds like you enjoyed it. Lovely. Nice one for the support, Mouse Cat. Oi, Mouse Cat, did your missus ring me up in the middle of the night and send me mad? You got to remember the time difference. Exactly that, Skin. There you go. That's the problem with conspiracy. You know, it's like a picture the scales of justice. It's very hard for them to prove it, but at the same time, I mean, I remember, oh no, that story will go on for ages, but it was a drugs charge with intent to supply, and they didn't find any narcotics. They didn't find any, but they had other evidence of conspiring to procure, etc., etc. And I was like, this was in my early days of my petty crime, and I was like, unlucky, nothing here. See ya. And he was like, we didn't expect to find anything. Well, not any drugs, because we know you haven't got them. And I was like, what kind of fucking Keystone Cops outfit is this? And he went, conspiracy. And I learned a hell of a lot about the law over the next 6 months. But got police bail, never heard from them again. They conspired to forget about it. Good luck, Skin. That's not a nice thing to have hanging over you, any legal stuff. So, yeah, good luck. I hope you roll out of that one mainly unharmed. Hello, Rollo. My shirt lifter cousin. That's not very nice, Rollo. Once said he was a good friend of Starker's Starmer. Oh, without a doubt, Starmer bats for the other team. I mean, you know, I've got nothing against gays at all, but his fake not gay is just insulting, really. You don't have to. You won't be, because I will bring your elegance and sophistication out of you. Sort of. Right, let's have a little look at this. So they talk to a lot of kids about this is CNN, but it ain't the CNN video that I'm using. Here we go.
Overall, the biggest finding, the children in the study were polarized with what researchers...
Can I just ask whether you got an echo then? Because if you didn't, I don't need to keep muting myself. The sound is good, is it? Not an echo, Alex. If you're all right with Alex, I'll call you Alexander if you prefer. Yeah, man, your story, it's awful. You know, I thought about it after I tried to motivate you, and then I thought, hang on a minute, Dangerfield, you haven't been through it, so, you know. I stub my toe and my life falls apart. So I've just got an email from Pax Max. I emailed him earlier just to see how he was. So he's got back to me. That's nice. Nice one. So I don't have to keep muting it. Right, roll VT.
Called more extreme responses from the blue state kids than the red state kids.
So there you go. They got more extreme responses from the blue state kids than the red state kids. Now, don't forget, in the USA, it's the other way round. The reds are the Republicans and the blues are the Democrats. But the researchers said that they got extreme response. You know, this is just election spin, really. Children of Republicans are extremists. You know, next week it'll be their narzes, if you know what I mean. Roll VT.
Donald Trump, he did bad things. He's like Hitler.
I mean, can you believe that? Just how sad is that? Just not only in terms of what they're doing to these children, but the poverty of education. it blows my mind. And that kid believes that. At what point will he not believe that? And look how powerful. You know, the other day we were talking about the average person sees between 10 and 14,000 adverts a day. Well, a lot of that is propaganda, obviously, not just sort of commercial branding. And that's why do you know what I mean, John? That would be the next question. John makes a good point there. How does a kid even know what Hitler was like? Well, exactly. And, you know, that's what you would say. Well, what was Hitler like? And then they just go, don't know. But they've got that in him. It's let's hear it again, because in a way it's terrifying.
State kids.
Donald Trump, he did bad things. He's like Hitler.
He only wanted to be president so that he can just control everybody.
Trump is supporting January 6th now. I remember that.
What? Trump is supporting January the 6th. I mean, I don't need to go into what actually happened, because we all know. But you know, knowing the date, and he goes on. Look, watch.
January 6th, it was a bunch of Republicans believing Trump. I feel like they thought Trump was a god. People got arrested. I think one officer died after.
You know, straight from the parent's mouth. Straight from the parent's mouth. No regard. I'm not a parent. I hope to be. But I'd like to think I wouldn't tell my kids things. I'd hope to teach them how to think. So if my kid said something like that, I'd say, well, what was January the 6th? You know, what is a bad thing? You know, and not try and take him to a high IQ level discussion, keep it within their range, but let them understand that just because you hear something, it doesn't make it true. And just because your teacher says it to you every day and has probably got posters on the wall and had you write essays about it, they're also lying. Hang on a minute. I just see JP say that boy's in the chat. He's there. I just said I got an email from you. I just saw it come up. I didn't read it. Pax Max, boom, boom, boom. Lovely to see you, mate. I haven't read your email yet. I just saw it come through. But give him some love, people. Stick a P in the chat. Oh, hang on. We've got a visitor. Brick Dictator.
How are you?
Wow, listen to that voice. I was all right, but I suddenly found myself in a dark alley with that behind me. How are you? I'm all right. How are you? You've gone.
No, I'm still here.
How are you?
I'm seeing how much of a delay there is.
Oh, it seems to be working all right. Or is there not? Is it not? That's not working, is it?
After I talk, I don't hear myself for a few seconds.
Are you watching on YouTube or StreamYard?
Oh, that's a good question. All right, now I got to hear the audio on StreamYard.
That's what you and the video. That's your best bet. If you turn
All
YouTube all together, that might sort it out.
So do I sound like I'm synchronized with you right now?
It sounds like it.
All right, perfect. Yeah, I just turned off the YouTube. All right,
there
good.
You go. How lovely you're doing. I didn't see you there for ages because I thought
no, I just joined up. I was figuring out how to make my microphone work. This is interesting what you're watching because my kid is 8 and in his school, you know, I live in a good place now, luckily. But yeah, I came home like last week and said that one of the girls who he's kind of friends with told him Trump's going to ruin the country. But him and most of the other kids were just, you know, they're all parroting stuff they heard at home, obviously. His good friend said that, well, Trump's going to, you know, or Biden let everyone come in through the border. So it's interesting. The kids are There's nothing coming from the school, though, as far as I can tell, fortunately.
But isn't that weird that I mean, if the school aren't talking about it, I wonder what motivates the kids. I can't remember being that age and talking about. Oh, tell a lie, because we did have things in England. We had a show called Spitting Image. It was a puppet show, but for adults. And the first iteration of it was very, very funny, even for like 10-year-olds. I didn't know who these people were. I knew who Margaret Thatcher was, but you know, it was funny. So the next day at school, you would sort of mention their names, but not at this kind of detail. January the 6th, and Trump told the Republicans. No, not a chance.
How old are the kids in what you're watching? Do you know?
I don't know. I mean, how old? I haven't got kids. How old do you reckon he is? 7?
I thought I heard you say 5th grade at some point earlier, which would be
No,
2 years older than my kid.
Because I don't know the grade system in England. It's different. We have infant, primary, and secondary, I think.
I think it depends on where you are. I think it depends on your school. I'm sure this is happening. Like, I was in Chicago up until 2020, and I've got no doubt this and worse is happening in the public schools. And probably, I had my kid in a private school for like preschool there, but it was, you could tell it wasn't going to be good.
Wow. Downtown Chicago, was that?
Yeah. I mean, well, so, Chicago has had one nice neighborhood to the north of what they call the Loop. That's downtown Chicago. The Lincoln Park, if you ever heard of Lincoln Park, it's kind of...
I have, because of the band. So hang on, it's quite a dangerous place to live, is what I consider.
It's funny. People used to say that. My wife is from Thailand. We'd go there and they'd show me newspaper stuff and say, oh my God, it's dangerous. And from 2010 till 2020, where I lived and the Loop, I never considered it dangerous. And yeah, my dad was telling me, get out of there. What are you doing? But I never, I took the train in, the little subway thing you see.
Yeah.
And I rode my bicycle because I lived that close. That's why I liked it. It was very convenient. I rode my bike to all the grocery stores and everything. But, everyone knows what happened in 2020. And it was obvious to even me, like, you can't be here anymore. So I got out. And if you've ever heard of Indiana, that's just the next state over. It's a whole different... It's funny, growing up, I never went to Indiana. It has like a stigma. When I told people where I lived in Chicago, I was going there. They were like, oh, they're just the best. I mean,
what's the stigma with Indiana?
Where I lived and grew up was like the suburbs of Chicago, and it is not... The stigma is that it's hicks, or it's rural, or it's...
Yeah, I get you.
So, I've had to go through this transformation my whole life. The last like 10 years, I've gradually come to figure out what I should have figured out a long time ago. But yeah, that's where you want to be. Obviously, you want to be in a place where there's lots of trees and farms, and everyone's got Trump banners and signs.
Exactly. Apart from the Trump banners and signs, obviously, that's the decision I've come to in the last month, that I'm not getting any younger. I've been in the city, literally the center of London, for a long time, and now in the center of Phnom Penh. And I want to go out to where there's palm trees and it's quiet, and I don't want all the traffic and all the hassle anymore.
Yeah, when I go to Thailand, I do like being in Bangkok for a few weeks, but then I spend the rest of the time at my wife's sister's place, which is not in Pattaya. It's like out. It's in a rural area there.
Did you meet your missus in Pattaya?
I met her here. She came to school here. I met her.
Oh my gosh. That makes such a difference. That makes such a difference.
It does make a difference.
When I meet someone who says, oh, my wife's from Pattaya or Pattaya, however you want to pronounce it, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
There's an immediate assumption. For people who don't know, I talk about Patong a lot. Well, Pattaya or Pattaya is like Patong times 100. It's pretty intense. Good fun.
It's a mess. I mean, I don't like going in there. It's not a place that I mean, as you know, in Bangkok's got its little area that's like that too. Everyone's seen the pictures of like,
What,
what's it
oh,
called?
what am I thinking? Nana Plaza, is it?
I just know. So the first time I went to visit her was in '05, and she lived in Bangkok. She was working there, and she took me to off of Siloam Road, which is pretty close to where she lived. You just go on one side of the road, and that's where all the like Super Pussy and Pussy Collection
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and whatever. And I went with her and some friends into some like the Beaver Bar, and there's still chicks trying to sell you chicks while you're with your girlfriend. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And she just wanted me to see it. Yeah. Anyway, it's a lot different because you can just avoid it if you want to. There's nothing like that in the other areas in the business districts, like on Satorn.
Same with Patong. You can jump on your scooter and in 10 minutes you can have a beach to yourself, a proper tropical beach.
Oh, yeah, and Pattaya, the beaches are not nice beaches. There's garbage and tons of people, but you can drive to. The last few years they've been taking to me like these military beaches where I got to give them my passport to get in, and then it's perfect.
Hang on. This is something I've never heard of. There are actual military beaches.
They're associated with bases there. So Sadahip, if you look that up, I don't know how you spell that how you want, but so it's not like too far. It's like an hour and a half from Pattaya.
A bit of R&R for the military and nicely kept beaches.
Yeah, you see some docks and like the huge, I don't know what they are, like the radar balls. I don't know what you call it, like you know what I mean? Like they look like golf balls, but they have some radar function.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
They're on top of the mountains. And anyway, the beaches are perfect.
At a condo in Pattaya. I don't know if I could.
I got a cousin now, unrelated, just nothing to do with me. Turned 60 something, and he'd had some experience over there. I think he married a Thai chick and then got divorced, but he speaks Thai, and so he moved there. And I've seen him the last few times. He lives down, actual Pattaya or whatever, but. No, like you said, it's traffic and tons of people and lots of tourists, and there's much better stuff to be done there.
Yeah, I mean, when I was younger, I loved that. I went to Patong, and you go down the walking street, and it's like Blade Runner. There's just if someone suddenly puts like what are those big lizards that they get, and they just chuck it on your shoulder, over your shoulders, and they charge you for a photograph to take it.
Is that an iguana?
That's it. That's the one. Like huge animal.
I took my kid to a place in Pattaya. I just figured out on my last trip, Grab. It's like an Uber, except it's for. And I've never used Uber in the U.S. actually, but in Thailand, I don't drive. And anyway, so just someone shows up in like a Mazda 3 or something and picks you up and drives you wherever you want for almost nothing. And so I took him to, what's it called? The Monster Aquarium. And it was like that. They had giant snakes. They were putting on my kid and like putting parrots on him and taking pictures. And he loved it. It was great.
In a controlled environment, but 3 o'clock in the morning, shit-faced, and someone sort of just chucks it on your head and then starts demanding money, and then fists start flying. It's like, oh, what the fuck? And then
that's why I like in 2016, I first heard you start talking about Thailand. I thought this is really interesting coincidence. And I've had a totally different experience from you in Thailand. Because I've never done anything, never done any drugs there, basically never drank there, never been out past, let's say 10. I've been with my wife, I've been supervised, or I've been with her family. It's been a totally unexciting, which I like, man. I just like going to 7-Eleven. I go to 7-Eleven, Family Mart when it still exists.
There's one every sort of 10 meters.
I love it. It's that I am getting ready to live. I mean, I never thought that either. When I met her in 05, I used to think, well, she's lucky to be coming here someday. It's the opposite. How can I get myself in there?
This is the weird thing. It's very hard for me to get my girlfriend a visa for the UK because she doesn't have a job and she doesn't own land. Now, there are ways you can do it. There's companies that pretend to give her a job and pretend to give her land, and you essentially rent that from them. Then they apply for your visa for you. They've got friends there. I mean, I can't say too much because I'm a guest in this country, but there's a few sort of handshakes here and there, and you get a visa. But the funny thing is, they do it because they think the Cambodians are going to try and stay in England. And I guarantee if I took my missus to England, which I won't do actually, because there's nothing left of what the England I grew up there, she'd be like, yeah, okay, when are we going back? And you know, I'm going to stay here for the rest of my days if I can. I don't know whether the Lord might change, but
Yeah, my wife became a citizen finally last year, and I feel like that was a mistake. You know, that was not. There's all kinds of bank reporting requirements if you're going to comply with them, and
oh,
for
so going back to Thailand is becoming an American citizen has
not
made the
for her. No, that
change.
doesn't affect her. I mean, so her and then my kid, because she's Thai, he can become a citizen. I can't. There's a lot of ways for me to get in there because I'm married, and you know I can bring money, and that's always changing, as you may know. You know,
Yeah, I
it's this
mean,
thing this month and different thing next year.
I've known. I mean, I've been coming out to Cambodia and Thailand. I think first time I was say, about 20 years, I guess. And everyone I've met who's sort of settled out here from Europe or America or Australia, they've all said the same thing. You will need to jump through some hoops occasionally, and you'll get the fear occasionally, but there's always seems to be a way round. There always seems to be a way around it. So I
That's what I'm
think
hoping
soon.
for. I just gotta,
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, England sounds like a disaster. That's really
yeah,
sad. The
yeah.
U.S., I'm holding out some hope. You know, you can move around to be in certain states and areas where the people around you are in cooperation with you and resisting what's going on.
Hey,
And
Mr. Dictator, on sorry to interrupt you, but on that point, is it I I don't want to I sound like an idiot because I know it's the town in The Simpsons, but hasn't I read something the other week about there's been a bit of segregation. There's like a essentially the whites moved out of an area and have created their own area, and it's called something like Springfield, and there's
you know, there's the town called Springfield that's been in the news because of Trump mentioning the dogs and the cats getting eaten there at the debate.
no,
There's a
that's
lot of Springfields. You know, obviously that's Springfield, Ohio.
okay.
There's a Springfield, Illinois. That's the capital. I'm sure there's Springfield, Massachusetts. I think that's where all the guns are from. But
Weatherman, I'll get back to that question. Remind me if I don't. Does anyone in the chat know where I'm talking about? What happened was the parents weren't happy with the schools. It's got a literacy rate of about nothing. You know,
yeah, it sounds like something I heard about around a suburb of Georgia, Atlanta, maybe. That
that might
like
make
in the
sense.
last year, not recently. I heard
Yeah,
something
yeah.
about that,
It's
where they
it's,
like
it's
seceded from their municipality to
that's
form a
it.
new municipality with their own
That's
school
it.
district because they didn't
That's
want to.
exactly it. And they've been fighting it in the courts, and they wouldn't let them do this, so they had to change what they're actually, rename what they're doing. It's not this, it's not that, but
No,
yeah,
I mean the problem is, so a lot of people who notice something's wrong but can't bring themselves to admit what's wrong will move out of Chicago and they'll go to the nice suburbs of Chicago. In Illinois, there's all the nice northern suburbs, the western suburbs, which are very nice. They look nice. That's where my parents live. My parents are of the same mind as me, but they're not going to move. They're in their house, and and I thought about that for a long time, and until 2020, I realized like you have to get over that line. You have to be on the other side of the line. You can't be in Illinois. You can't have it because you're going to be subject to all of the wrong decisions. And, even as much as if you're going to defend yourself in your house, who's going to be in charge of prosecuting or not prosecuting that?
yeah, yeah.
Every influence on you in the schools and so you can't be in Illinois. The whole down part of Illinois is filled with people who don't want to have anything to do with Chicago for the most part. But it doesn't matter. There's people who want to secede. Some of the eastern counties of Oregon want to join Montana, and a lot of southern Illinois wants to deport Chicago from make a new state. But that won't happen. You have to. I mean, realistically, will it happen? You have to move yourself. You have to do something easy. That's it. When you are talking on your channel about people saying you're running away, I mean, what else are you gonna do? Like, you can't control you can control where you are, or you're lucky if you can. I mean, maybe not everyone can do that, but if you can, you've got that responsibility to yourself. And obviously I'm not English, but if I was, historically, there have been a lot of people who in England fled England, regrouped across the channel and came back and reclaimed it.
I'm optimistic, but I think it's going to take at least another generation.
It doesn't look good. I mean, especially for England. I don't know how, but I have no idea. It's not like I have a real basis to make a prediction because I don't know what's going on under the surface. You got a lot of good people, obviously, in your chat.
If you went to London, you wouldn't believe you wouldn't think you were in England. It's minority white, and
is the country actually minority white?
No, but the capital is Birmingham.
Oh, London. Yeah, London.
Yeah, but that's not. London isn't small. London. It's huge. I'm not talking about the city of London. I'm not talking about central London. It's it's like a different country. It's what it is a multicultural mess. It's dangerous, it's hostile, and it's not. And it's a real shame because just 30 years ago it was incredible. England was a great place to live, and people are moving out of the cities, and the people who can afford to. I've got friends who've just moved out into the country, and for that reason, they don't want to be where they were because it's changing so quickly. But they've got 3 children, and they're when I talk to them about them, I can see they're worried about what their kids are going to do because of the changing face of England. And now we've got
you too. If I live there, and I don't see England as having states the way we do with different.
No, not at all. It's one state, and we've got communists running it. That's not like hyperbole. That Starmer's a communist. They're all Marxists, and this is my concern about America because if Harris wins,
I'm not gonna. I remember 2020 real well, and I was in Chicago. Everything started getting burned, and it was coming into the nice areas. And again, obviously I should have known this beforehand, but they really kept Lincoln Park. If you look on a map at some point, it's a very beautiful. I mean, the whole city was. I got pictures of my grandpa walking on Lakeshore Drive in the 30s, and the L train and stuff at that time, and how people were dressed. It's just like you talk about London. Everyone's dressed nice. It's there's always a few blacks around. That's it, and they're dressed well in all the pictures. My dad's got pictures of him at White Sox as the baseball team games.
Well, it's like, what's his name? I can't remember. He's a black bloke who does a really funny bloke. Always calls people beaters. He grew up on a plantation and he lived in Harlem. And he said in Harlem in the 60s, he said everyone wore suits, everyone went to school. There was very little crime. And he said, you want to find out what happened to Harlem, just look at what the Democrats have done to it. And I don't know a lot about Harlem, but the stories he tells about it and what it was and what it's come to.
Well, it's just having different expectations for people because people are feeling guilty. I mean, that's how it all came from. If people got held to the same standards, whatever they are, it might mean a lot of them aren't here, for instance. Well, that's how it is. Or if they're here, they have to be a certain way, or else they're not going to be allowed to keep participating in those areas. But once that got dissolved because people were afraid to say anything, I mean, that's where it all came from. And that's
the fella, Jesse Lee Peterson.
Jesse Lee Peterson, sure. Of course I know him. It's amazing.
So you're actually going to live in Thailand?
I don't have a specific plan. I've moved some stuff over there with her sister, and they have a good business. I've tried to insert myself into it. Like, hey, I'm white. I speak English, but they don't really need me.
There are ways. My Paul Mumford, my friend, I've talked about him. Obviously, I've had him on. He went out there and he just met a bar girl, and within a few weeks she'd arranged a year visa for him, Then he got a
I
job.
mean, I can get a visa because I'm married and I've got a kid. It's not a. Thankfully, I think that is actually available to me, and I've got the, there's like some minimum you got to have, you got to keep
Yeah.
over there. I can cover that, but as far as I'm like early 40s, closer to mid at this point. I got to still keep making money, which it's everyone's dilemma, right? I don't want to go there, and then you want to have a way to survive at this point, unless I'm inserting myself into someone else's going concern. I don't have I'm not like living off income from investments or something. I don't have that. So I have.
Your very gravelly, dominant voice made you think you were more like my age. So that's why I assumed
I'm getting up there, but I still think of myself as young. I'm balding worse than you. Definitely balding, but no. So I just, thankfully, I hope the big guy wins. He's definitely no panacea. I love him at this point. I mean, I view him as like a hero, but I could sit and complain about stupid things he's done while he was. But what does that mean? That means nothing. That is, and it's not even one of those things where it's. I see there's new 5-year visa. Yeah, I believe there's options for people who are married and have some assets, and especially have a kid there, and the business there could hire me to do something or whatever. We could make something up. But as far as I just got to make the money that I can make here.
Yeah, I get
try to keep it and try to move it over there. I'm starting to imagine restrictions on doing that appearing at some point, especially if she wins.
I personally think all that, as we become, places like Southeast Asia, they're really moving ahead with understanding the change in markets. They understand that there's people who are living in their countries who work remotely, whereas it's almost certainly Western Europe is lagging with that. My company, I've got people working in 4 different continents, and they are accommodating that. They're realizing that people are paying tax in their own country, but they're working in Thailand, and that they want to encourage that because it's also good for their economy.
I'll tell you a quick story, and then I'll let you go, man. About Thailand. My wife keeps up a little bit with Thai politics, and it's really neat having someone. Maybe it's necessary for to keep my sanity. Someone who's on the outside for being in the U.S. If I don't know if that makes sense. Like if I was married to an American chick,
I absolutely understand. I don't get, my missus doesn't talk to me about the global politics at all. So it's a really nice balance.
My wife does a little bit, but she's not like tainted or whatever it is. Like anyway, though, but she's a little interested in Thai politics, which makes sense. And they've been going through their whole thing. I remember she was telling me like, "Oh, there's tanks by my office, but I like it." Back in 06, which makes it sound bad. That was a one-time thing, and nobody got hurt.
No, we have it here. Sometimes I walk to the corner and there's loads of sandbags and like 50 cal guns set up. And when I first saw it, I'm like, "What?" And my girlfriend will say that I'm not going to say his name, but the president's coming. And then they close loads of roads, and there's about 30 vehicles, and you don't know what one he's in, and but you get used to it after a while.
But there's a party so basically the Thaksin guy who was, a fugitive criminal sort of for a long time, and then he's back, and his daughter is now the prime minister after all kinds of weird shuffling, and so there was a party that sounded a little bit kind of like the Democrats here, and I was telling her I don't really trust these guys. Ice Cream is the name of one of the politicians. He's a young guy, good looking, good talker. They all have the nicknames. But so recently, she said she was starting to sort of warm to them because of what she doesn't like Thaksin and his family taking over, and they were somewhat opposed to that. So she was starting to warm to them, but then they started saying stuff like, all these Burmese refugees here, we have to help them out with more education and support. It's the right thing to do. They're here, and and she started showing me. They're all online. Do you know the app Line? It's where all these Asian
Yeah,
people like to communicate with
I
their
know
little
it.
stickers. So she was showing me stuff and things that are on their wherever she looks at on Facebook, and they were saying that, and that their party was called, I think, the Thai People Party or just the People Party, and
And
they
yeah,
were making fun of them, saying you should change your name to the Burmese People's Party.
yeah, yeah.
And so I was really grateful. I mean, I feel like the people there have a more, they're not getting conned by this as easily. The
Yeah.
politicians said that because they're kind of internationally minded, and that's what you say if you're internationally minded. But a lot of the people were just immediately reacting to it as, "What the fuck are you talking about? This is
Yeah.
Thailand." And
When
you
I
know, it's,
first went there, all the staff in all the restaurants, all the hotels, all the guest houses, all standard sort of service industry, they were all Thais. Last time I went there, they were all Myanmar, Burmese, all of them, all the cleaners, all the waitresses, all the waiters, and their invasion is on.
well, they used to keep them in refugee camps right on the border, which I always thought was what you're supposed to do. Or you'd see them like pushing off the rafts with huge sticks when they were trying to come over. And I always appreciated that. But, if you let them stay in a camp, they're safe. They're safe from whatever it is they thought they were fleeing in their country. And that's it.
But there's wars going on in southern Thailand. There's actual land wars between Islamic.
The Patani and Yawa
Yeah,
and
there you go.
Naratip or whatever it is,
You
the
know
three
more about it
provinces.
than me. But you talk to people, and that doesn't make the sort of global news that there's young Thai boys getting killed in land battles. It's ridiculous.
That's my nephews, who are all over 20 now, had to participate in the lottery. I don't know if you know about that, where they have to pick a marble out of a thing to see if they're going to have to serve a 2-year rotation.
Okay, rough.
They can be officer training, which is what they all did instead of that, except one of them who kind of did some bad stuff and missed his chance to join the officer training.
Oh, hang on. This is interesting. So you can either do the lottery and maybe not have to join up, or you can definitely join up but be an officer.
Yeah, it's a training. It's a training you go through, and then you're not facing actual combat down in those bottom 3 provinces, or on that little border area with where you're at, where there's a little bit of gunfire every once in a while. There's some temple. They're always. You ever look at the comments on YouTube videos where Cambodian people and Thai people are all smearing each other about?
Yeah, they
stole my culture. No, that's my culture.
Yeah, that's that. All that traditional Thai dancing. The Cambodians say it's theirs. The Thais say it's theirs. The Thais think that Angkor Wat was built by Thais. The thing is, on any videos on YouTube about either Thailand or Cambodia, I don't get involved on the off chance that there's people looking at these things, because if I were seen to be supporting something that I shouldn't, so to speak, they wouldn't gently knock at your door. You'll be out that day. So as much as I want to, I just don't get involved because it's not my country. It's not
I don't even feel an interest in responding to that. I chuckle at it. I know my wife doesn't care. I don't know who it is that does care. I don't know what population of Thai people do care. I've never met them.
If they want to argue about who invented their clothes and their dancing, I mean, it's not a bad situation to be in.
No, I don't care. And I think that I know that most of the employees of my, whatever I call it, your sister-in-law, my sister-in-law's company, they do construction in Thailand. It's almost all Cambodian people. And there's that whole thing going on. You see a lot of parallels where they're all the people who are all wrapped up. It's like 100 degrees. They're digging stuff. And they got like hats and face wraps. And
they don't want to get any sunshine because of the whiter you are, the richer you are, because you didn't grow up working in the fields.
It seems like it must be so hot. You're
you
working
see
out
the street cleaners. I know exactly what you mean. They've got the hat on, like a balaclava, long gloves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Doing hard work in that.
I see old women out here like carrying odds and bricklaying because there's no welfare. and it's the effect no welfare has on a country is incredible, because there's no point coming here if if you're going to try and come in and just get free money. Sorry, there's none here. There is none here for you.
Yeah, I think Thailand has some welfare. I know that there's some advantaged, subsidized medical care but you got to be Thai. It's as it should be.
There you go.
You got to be Thai. There's some minimum wage. There's all kinds. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry to keep interrupting. It's a good conversation. I like it. But my girlfriend recently started this thing. It's basically like a very simplified medical insurance, but she pays something like $5 a month. And should she need some kind of medical intervention for whatever, up to a certain amount, she'll get it for free. And she's never had anything. She's really proud of it, and she loves going and paying her $5 and getting another stamp in her little book. And for a kid who grew up on the street collecting trash to be recycled, having medical insurance is like the future. She just waves it in front of me and it's like, oh, $35. I'm like, well, you're flying. Well,
she should. It should cost not much, because you can tell. I mean, good medical care actually doesn't cost anything close to what it's costing where you're from and where I'm at. It's just when you have all kinds of people dumped on it who don't have to pay for it. Yeah. And that includes U.S. citizens too in the U.S. I mean, there's people who, once it's free for them or almost nothing, they keep going because that's an excuse out of work. That's an excuse out of all kinds of things.
Oh, I done it as a younger man. It certainly used to be so easy. I got written off work for life because I had a drug habit for life.
But did you have a job? I mean, here at least it doesn't work.
I was doing loads of work. I was earning loads of money as a youngster. But I know someone who gets sickness. I don't know what it's called now, but we used to just call it the sick. Income support. And there's another one, and she gets all of them. And she got this deal where she got her house rent paid for her, but if she could come up with some money over a few years, she could buy the house. Now, I haven't ever had enough money to buy a house in London, not a chance. But she just sold it. So as soon as she bought it, the weird thing is, why don't they say to her, where did you get the £60,000 deposit from? Because you're on benefits. The idea is she saved it, but you shouldn't be. If people can save money on benefits, you're giving them too much. And it kind of hurts a little bit where I've worked for 20 years and couldn't afford a house. And her house was in Eltham. It's not a very nice area, but it's high real estate, and it will double in 10 years.
That's crazy. I mean, in the U.S., as you know, they're talking about they're going to get first-time home buyers who haven't had a house in whatever it is, like their parents didn't have a house. They're going to give them money towards a house. It's all a mess, and that's why these countries. I mean, Cambodia has more room to run maybe than Thailand, but I hope Thailand can just stabilize without going. I keep telling my nephews this, it's like you've drank as much as you should from the Western cup. It's time to put it down.
That's a great, yeah.
Or if you're like smoking a cigarette, now you're smoking filter. Like you got to stop. Yeah. It was good in the beginning. You got the good ideas. Now you got to put it down because now you're smoking the bad ideas.
Yeah.
And I think they get it, but obviously they're just, 3 kids, but you hope whoever's running it, and maybe they do get it too, but there's money involved. I mean, who knows, deals or something, but I really hope that it can preserve itself.
When globalists come to poor countries like Cambodia and they sort of say, oh, we'll help you with infrastructure, build you some new roads and blah, blah, blah. But, you have to do this. And that's the start of it getting absorbed into the global economy.
Yeah, it's real tough to know when to quit.
Sorry?
It's tough to know when to quit. Thailand was built up a lot by the U.S. because we were using it during the Vietnam era.
I know.
As our bases. I think my wife's parents met working on building an airport that was basically it was going to be for us because we had our Air Force base there. And I think my wife's mom was like hauling cement or something, and her dad was bringing water bottles or something like that. But it is so it was a good thing. They got money, they got support. I think my wife's sister remembers singing "I Don't Want to Be a Communist" when she was in grade school, which is probably sponsored by my government. And overall, good. So it's a positive influence, but then it's not.
When America first rocked up in Vietnam, they realized quite quickly that they were at a massive disadvantage because they didn't understand jungles, So they went to the poorest part of Thailand, which you probably know is Isan, the northern part, Kong Kai, Nong Khan, Royet City, Udon Thani, all that lot. And they rocked up to one of my most significant romances in my life. She was just a kid. And they said to the whole village, about 50 men there, if you come and fight for us in Vietnam, we'll put you on a full American soldier's pension when you get back. You've only got to do a couple of years. I don't know the exact details. And for these people used to, they were earning like 50 cents a day growing rubber, just stripping the trees and letting the juice run down or whatever. Very poor people. So they all jumped at it. And 2 people came back to her village. 2 men come back. It's a very sad story. One of them being her father, and he had one eye missing, a few fingers missing, a massive heroin habit. And
that would be an example of getting too far in with the Americans.
There you go. They were down to the butt of that cigarette then.
Well, dude, look, I'll let you get some other people on. Good
Listen,
talking to
it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. Sorry I didn't see you there when you first came in.
I don't think I was. It might have looked like I was on, but I was spending that time trying to figure out how to give access to my microphone and whatever. So I was listening to your thing that you're showing there with these kids, which reminded me like, man, they're talking about it. But I just feel really grateful all the time, man. Where I live right now, it's changed. Everything.
I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. I made a video the other day where I was like, unless you're actively trying to do something about it, don't spend your life watching the horror story news. Live your life. Do what you can for your life and your family. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Look after yourself.
Yeah, you too. All right. Adios.
Take care.
Nice chat. I love watching and lurking and watching these streams, even if it's late.
Nice.
Talk to you later, man.
Take care. Can we have a BD in the chat for Brick Dictator? Brick Dictator makes, he's got a YouTube channel that he hasn't been doing it it was very, very successful, but I think he got a bit sick and tired of it. I should have talked to him about it, but I always talk to him about it when he's in the chat or whatever. But he made an advert for us. It didn't perform well because he turned it all political and it was all anti-COVID. It was hilarious though, and it did in terms of upping our brand. It was flying around all the lockpicking forums. There were dinosaurs in it and all sorts. I'll tell you what, I'll dig it out and I'll show you it on the next stream, if that's all right with Brick Dictator. Packer, you want to join us? Up to you, mate. Let me know in the chat. Thank you for coming on, Brick Dictator. What a conversation that was. Floella's on the firm. Floella Benjamin, you're either not talking. It says your mic and camera are working, though.
Hello.
You're a geezer. All this time. All this time.
Am I live on? Am I live?
Yeah, you're on the air.
Oh, fucking hell. No, yeah. It was an ironic statement. Floella Benjamin was an ironic statement. It was a cultural figure from my past. So.
I had a guess that you weren't Floella Benjamin.
Well, I've been on a few streams with other people, and they thought I was Floella Benjamin. Like, oh, so send me an email. What's going on, Dame Floella Benjamin from
Oh
Play School?
no, really
Yeah,
trying to get an in with you. I would have followed it up. I'd have quickly.
Yeah,
done
yeah.
it.
Well, I was gonna wear blackface. I was gonna do the whole thing,
I
the
wouldn't have
whole
done
shebang.
that. not
I was
not
going, yeah,
under
look at
Neil
the
Peer.
picture, like the little bow in the hair and everything.
No,
That was
what I would
amazing.
have done, I would have quickly got bought the domain Floella B or something. But I replied to the
FloellaB.co.uk.
email, Floella@floellab.com and just dragged them along for as long as possible.
Well, I mean, I just have to say, it's lovely talking to you. You've given me a lot of joy over a lot of years, and your down to earth nature, your wonderful writing, your just everything generally has really just made me a happy person, basically. So thank you.
Mate, what a lovely thing to say.
No, it's nice. It's nice. I loved your thing about your dad. I loved your just generally, thank you very much. I know you've like escaped the hellhole that is the UK, and that you've run away to Cambodia. Which how is that anyway?
I love it here. I absolutely love it. I'm making this decision to build a house in the provinces by hook
That
or
sounds
by.
beautiful. That sounds beautiful. That's such a nice thing for your missus.
Yeah, it's for her as well. I'm not going to try and put my name on the bit of paper that the village elders give you. It's there's no regulations or anything. It's a bit of paper with a couple of fingerprints, but it's a gift for her. And when I told, she started crying. Bless her.
Oh,
she said it's all she ever wanted.
You got the flamethrowers installed to beat off the local flora and fauna.
There are vipers and cobras and tarantulas, but the old idiom that they're more scared of you, it is true. It's hard to explain what the provinces are like.
Is it like a rainforest or?
Well, no, they're not. It's more like you've obviously got a lot of paddy fields because obviously a lot of rice is grown here.
Yeah.
But the places where people live, there'll be a little cluster of about 30 houses. Some really old, traditional on 4 wooden stilts, 1 room, and that's it. And there'll be like a couple of old people, and maybe a couple of their kids still live there. They're all facing different directions. It's a bit sort of just, well, we'll throw up an house here, and you can tell where people haven't had a lot of money, and so they built 1 room, and then a couple of years later, they stuck a bit on the side, and then they stuck a bit on top, and then the land, the jungle area has been cleared away about, I don't know, 30, 40 meters around that little sort of cluster of houses.
So you're not being invaded by tigers immediately.
No, it's relatively dangerous, but
relatively dangerous.
I don't know. I just thought, hang on, when I go out there, I've seen a couple of little snakes, but when you see a 4-year-old girl pick one up, strangle it, stick it on a stick and barbecue it, it's like,
well, they've got more balls than any of us from the West have ever had, really, haven't they?
Well, this is it, and I know families in the provinces who exist on no money. They've got no income, nothing, but they do buy, like he does some work and they'll get a piglet when someone who's got a pig, and he's like the boss of not the boss, but he's the rich man in the province because he's got a real sow. And when he gets it pregnant, you can buy a piglet, or you can sort of paint his house and they'll give you a piglet. And then once that's got to its adult size, if it's a female, you you get it impregnated. If it's a male, you take it to the butchers, and then you've got loads of meat to sell. So they do things like that. Everyone's got chickens, so there's always loads of eggs, and they all grow fruit and vegetables.
It sounds fucking idyllic, mate. It sounds like
So
something more based and more real and like alive, and not what we do in the West. You know, like we sit around and watch the internet. We don't go out and kill a fucking cow in a field. You know, like.
I mean, in fairness, the butchery is done by a butcher because it's. I'm sure there's some people there who know how to do it.
It's not like Apocalypse Now.
No, it's not. I suppose you could do it like that, but you know, it's a lot of blood, and if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to fuck it up.
There's no Marlon Brando. Okay.
If only, I'll tell you what, if I was sitting in my little pad and Marlon Brando come walking out, the horror. I think we should have got Brick Dictator to do it. He had the voice.
Look,
But,
I tried to get JP and Emma Glass on, but they weren't up for it.
Emma can't come on and talk to me because I've hypnotized her and I've got her under control. So,
all right, is she under your?
Yeah, if I drop the trigger words, and she won't want to do that.
What will she do if you drop the trigger words?
I can't say. I can't embarrass her. It'll be very, very nice though.
All right. Thank you very much for having me on. I won't snarl up your stream anymore. But yeah, thank you very much. And you know, your writing on fleek. I loved your dad. I loved your dad thing. That was really cool. It reminded me of my dad. So
the letter to my dead dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna hopefully do a book of those. So that you know, I won't put them out each. The next one on Substack won't be one, but the idea is to do a book. So there's about 50 of them, and there'll be some sort of story arc. If not, there won't be because I don't write story arcs. But there will be, obviously, because it's not fiction. There will be bits that relate to previous letters and.
And when's your book coming out?
Soon.
Look, fuck it. I'll edit it. Give me the manuscript. I'll fucking do it now. I'll shill it for you. I'll fucking do it.
What are your qualifications? Seriously.
Nothing literary, I'm afraid.
It's a big no.
Yeah, but have you got a dude who can go through and go, no, that's bullshit. No, that's good. No, that's bullshit.
He survived 2 rehabs and 1 triple heart bypass, and in the end, he just disappeared. I think he's back on the booze.
What? And then you've given him your manuscript afterward, all of that shit.
No, I worked with him for 4 years. This is why it's an absolute nightmare, because getting someone else to do it, he was familiar with all my idiosyncrasies. I don't play by the rules. I use the passive verb as much as possible. My use of conjunctions is, you know, you can barely read it, but he was all good with that. But I have used AI to make an AI. It only really needs proofing. It could do with a line editing to make it shorter because it's 700 pages. But bollocks, you know, fuck it. It will come out soon. It will come out. If I didn't have a full-time job, that book would have been written in 2-3 years.
Well, I will buy it when it comes out. But thank you very much for having me on. Hello, Packer. I hope you're all right.
Hello.
It's been a pleasure.
I'll leave you all to it now, and then you can get JP on or something. All right.
Nice one, Floella. Thank you for your kind words. They really mean a lot. You know.
Well, you know, you're
a failed writer. It's nice.
You're not a failed writer. You're a good writer. Shut up.
Yeah, I worked that one well. I read that
all right. Thanks a lot. Have a good one.
Bye. Bye. Picard.
What a total done me up like a kipper. Convinced that was a woman.
Yeah, I think we all did. I think that's why he had a. How do I get rid of the old layout? In the chat, it said you were tardy and eating. So eating, I can understand why. But what's tardy? What, you were being a bit shitty?
Yeah, just like I wasn't here on time. I've missed the first guest and everything. It's I'm
Oh,
probably
no,
the
we've
worst
had-
co-host on the internet at this point.
Listen,
Quite
it's always
scary.
a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. You're in now. A couple of super chats. Let me just check them. Where are we? Hang on. Done that one. 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 Jens is on the firm. Nice one, Jens. Jens, you're the bloke who I confused with Baz. That's right. Jens, you're the bloke who I said you pulled that storming bird and then you went, yeah, she left me. That's you, isn't it? Because I thought that was Baz. And when I told Baz that, he went, no. Oh, I hope you're well, mate. If ever you need a chat or want to chat, we can do that again. But, I hope you're well. Anglo-Saxon drops a lady. Serious question. How are you going to stay online in the provinces, Mucker? They've got Wi-Fi. Because the provinces, I don't want to tell you exactly where it is simply because I want a little bit of privacy. There's a lot of provinces in Cambodia. But even the provinces will have a main town centre, because Cambodia's growing really fast. So I've already streamed from the provinces with 4G, but I've said to my missus, if there's no Wi-Fi, we ain't living there because I need it to write, I need it for YouTube, and I need it to work. Now, if the business was to go tits up, it's quite frightening at the moment, but that's business. It's been like that on and off for 20 years. But I reckon I could earn enough from writing and YouTube. I'd up my YouTube game, obviously, make a lot of more make some videos, not just streaming, to get new followers. But she said she knows people in the provinces who've got Wi-Fi. And if you can't get it, you can get it. Apparently you can just get it like a satellite dish Wi-Fi. I've got a friend in England who's got that. He couldn't get it down in Dorset. He bought a £2 million house, no Wi-Fi. Well, they bought I think it's Starlink or something. I've got that so wrong. But Anglo, I won't be living there without Wi-Fi. That will be the clincher. My missus said they have Wi-Fi. The only trick will be making sure that everyone else in the province isn't on my Wi-Fi. Oh, can I borrow your password? No. The answer's no. I was reading on this expats forum about people building houses, and most of them say don't do it. They say buy a house. Because if you buy a house on the land actually trying to deal with Cambodian workers is just jokes. And, you get lied to and stitched up and there's no regulations. People have built houses who I've read about, and like 2 months later, the house has gone just fallen over. The water table come up and it just fell over. Why did I ask you? Oh, yeah. And he said he knew a bloke who built an house. Now, one of the things, thankfully, I haven't got the money to build a flash house. It's going to be quite a modest affair, couple of bedrooms, a little sort of socializing area. And then because it's on poles, there'll be a bit downstairs because it is quite a social. In the provinces, people just wander into your lower bit and, just talk to you and make a cup of tea with them. It's all quite nice. But he said he knew a bloke who give it all the big and had all this ornate sort of, it was a traditional Cambodian house, but like the rich man's version. And then he built a swimming pool. And the day that swimming pool opened, it had about 40 kids in it from every little village near that province, and there was no getting rid of them. Every morning, 40 screaming kids in his swimming pool. And what, you know, you just, no way are you gonna, you know, out in the provinces, middle of the hot season, 40 degrees, and there's a swimming pool. They've never even seen one before. And so in the end, he filled it in. So there's a lot to learn. So I'm hoping the missus will agree with, look, let's just build something simple, and we can slowly add to it. Or sorry, let's buy something simple and we can slowly add to it, because it sounds like most of the people I read on the expats forum said never again. Not the living there, but the building of the house. I mean, it's a pain in the arse in England. But you can imagine the Cambodians. Like one bloke said, you go to the shop and you pick out your wood, and the bloke's like, this is the lowest quality, this is the medium, this is the top quality. You order the top quality, and when you come back to the build, the wood they're using wasn't even in the shop. It's just a load of old fucking scrap. Looks like pallets or something, and they're just knocking your house together. And you've got to be on site. I mean, even in an English build, you've got to be on site every day. And, you know, one bloke said that they just don't turn up for 2 or 3 weeks. If they don't turn up for 3 weeks and you're standing there every day and you're living in a tent, and I'll tell you what, the last thing you want to be living in the provinces is a fucking tent. It's bad enough in England. Nice one, Anglo, for the donation. Good question as well. Nice one, Skin and Tonic.
Do you have any practical building skills yourself at all?
The answer's no. I could pretend. I mean, it's just not me. I'm just not that way inclined, am I? I'm an artist. And it saddens me, because my father was, you know, he was a metal forger and a bricklayer, and he could do anything. You know, he could do plumbing, he'd do all the electrics, not obviously Corgi registered or any of that shit with all that stuff. But when our boiler went down, he'd open it up and he'd solder copper pipes together and all that. But it's just not me. I would. The problem is, the reason I don't entertain it is because I would try it. I would think, hang on a minute, I can stick 8 fucking lumps of wood in the ground, and I'd just guess. I remember when I was storing a lot of contraband, we'll call it, in my mum's loft for a big dealer, a lot of it. But it was an old terrace, and so you could go up in your loft and walk through everyone else's loft. And yeah. And we, as kids, me and my brother used to do it. And sometimes we'd go into people's houses. You just lift up their loft hatch, and if there's no one in, we'd just go down, and weirdly but strangely, I reckon a few people might understand why, we stole food. You know, we were hungry. So when we didn't go in and looking for the silver. It was first stop, kitchen, fridge. Wicked brand sugar puffs. We'll have them. But so I had to fill in the sides of the loft. And I thought, well, there's no chance that I'm going to be mixing up any cement and laying bricks that I've never done. I know you've got to put a bit of fairy liquid in the cement. I know that much. Bit of Fed mix, ad mix, I think my dad used to have. But I thought what I'd do is get some plasterboards and just cut them to shape, and then just sort of gaffer tape them together. And it was, I'll tell you what, imagine getting 20 plasterboards, cutting them in random shapes, wrapping them in gaffer tape, throwing them up in the air and letting them land. It was the worst fuck up you've ever seen. When my mum opened that loft hatch and walked up those steps, she went, "What a Burke." She went, she said, "You're so much like your father, apart from that." She said, "Well, you might as well take it down." You know, she thought I was doing it for like fire reasons and privacy. But yeah, it was rubbish. I can't do it. So the answer is no.
Huh.
Could you build an house?
No, but I could oversee one. I could watch what was going on, if it was correct or not. That's what I was thinking about. Yeah.
What I could probably do is the research and then oversee. Right.
Yeah.
So I know about footings and I know about, so, right. Okay. In Cambodia, it's got to be 3 feet or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But just buy a fucking house, man. Surely it's easier. It might take a year longer to scrape the money together or whatever. But, Anyway, should we? I don't know if you know, but we're watching some kids that have been indoctrinated. The researchers said, let's get the page back up. The researchers said that children from blue states, which are Republicans, are more extreme than Democrats. But I think that the turnout is they get the shock of their lives. So let's continue. Hang on. Right. Roll VT. Let me know if you can't hear it.
Afterwards?
Did you hear that, people? Did you hear that kid say afterwards? Let me know. Weatherman, what you just said, the question you asked me, you can get anything you want delivered to your house. You can order it on Telegram. They send you a map. You pay by your phone app that is like a bank. Well, it's a bank. And they send you a link. You click the link. You see the little motorbike. You can either have it come to your house or anywhere where you've put the flag on the map. He's just a courier. He doesn't know what he's bringing, and they'll give you anything. You can have a couple of plants and you can have a few poppies. It's in the provinces, it's like, they're not going to hassle you as long as it's not a commercial venture, really. If you've got like 4 hectares of opium poppies, you're in trouble. But if they found a couple of grams of opium in your kitchen, they got more important things to do. So it's a weird kind of, I've got to be careful, but you just, they're not real. Most of the people out here that you see sleeping on the streets out of their nut looking like zombies are Europeans, people from European descent. That includes obviously America, Canada, New Zealand, Australia. I think a lot of people get divorced, get fired from their job, get given a zinc handshake, and they come out here to drink themselves to death. You see them in the bars while the cleaners are cleaning up from the night before, like 9:30 in the morning, getting their first beer and a couple of shots in. But what happens is, of course, they don't manage to kill themselves, run out of money, sell their passport, which you can get about $4,000 for out here for a UK passport. And then they're stuck. So let's hope that I have got that Wi-Fi, because I don't want to join that crew. Anyway, do you hear that person?
Yeah.
Weatherman, you don't need a prescription. They don't. You can go to a Cambodian doctor and get a prescription, but you can go to a. I don't like talking about this stuff because I'm a guest, but you can get morphine from a pharmacy out here over the counter. You can get pretty much anything you want, and it works well. Right? People haven't got enough money to pay a doctor, and if you know what you want, you can get it, and they don't abuse it. I don't know any Cambodians with a drug problem. I know you see the odd ones walking around who are on the methamphetamine but nothing like Thailand. Thailand's riddled with meth heads, even though the police rounded them all up and shot a load. Jesus, that's a true story, allegedly. Yeah, Johnny, yeah. Not the making of the house, but living out there. I certainly hope to do that. Hello, Miss Glass. Delta, you can't time the market, right? So they're saying the markets are going to crash at the moment, but all that information's coming from the institutional investors. They want the retail investors, the likes of you and me. I assume you're a retail investor. You don't work for a hedge fund or a financial advisor. They want to scare you into selling your shares. You can't time the market, because if it so-called crashes and everything goes down 15%, and you think, right, I'll buy now, because when it goes back up, I mean, a dip is a good time to buy, but it might go down another 15% the following day. It might go down another 20% the following week. The idea, if you're trading, you need to learn about trading, which means a lot of work. But if you're long-term investing, the famous saying is, you can't time the market, but you can have time in the market. So you dollar cost average. You just put a couple of £100 or whatever you can afford at the end of the month on a couple of decent indexes, S&P 500, NASDAQ 100, and just keep doing that. And 10 years later, when the market's in a decent state, cash out. And if you're in the UK, if you're a UK citizen, you can get an ISA, and all that profit is tax-free. I'm not a financial advisor, so that's just my opinion. There's a good YouTube channel worth watching by a man called Tom Nash. He spelled as it said. Now, be careful of YouTube in investor channels, because all of them, and I mean all of them, are adverts to buy their courses. All of them. But Tom Nash actually gives you some decent advice. So, but don't get drawn in and then spend £40 a month on his course, and but you got to work out whether you're a trader or a long-term investor. Long-term investing is relatively easy. It can survive stock market crashes, and historically it has done, because over 10 or 15 years, 10 or 15 years, putting £400 in a month based on historical fact, you'll probably end up with between 2.5 and 3.5 million in about 15 years. You might have missed the boat. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Palantir in 10 years isn't about $400, $500 a stock. What is it at the moment? About 32, 35, something like that. But I recommended Palantir when it was about $17, I think. And it's certainly more than doubled since then. But again, do your research, do your due diligence. Right. Let me know if you can hear this, and then we'll carry on with it, because it gets interesting.
I think one officer died after.
Right. Could you hear that, people? A young kid saying, I think one officer died after. Yes, nice one, 22H. So here we go, Packer. These are some kids. So the researchers said that there's more extreme responses from Republican state kids than Democrat state kids. We've already watched one. I'll take this one back to the top so that we've got a bit of context, because I'm sure everyone's forgotten. It's 2:30 in the morning. I can do a little bit longer.
And so that he can just control everybody.
Trump is supporting January 6th now. I remember that January 6th was a bunch of Republicans believing Trump. I feel like they thought Trump was a god. People got arrested. I think one officer died afterwards. That was a big day.
Still think that it's impossible to lose stubborn belly fat?
This advert.
The study found that these Democrat-leaning kids were about 9 times more likely to express negative emotions about Donald Trump than Republican-leaning kids were about Kamala Harris.
That's quite interesting, isn't it? Oh, I've got a message on the screen. Sorry, Packer?
It's expected.
Oh, maybe I heard him wrong. Hang on.
These Democrat-leaning kids.
Hang on.
That was a big day.
The study found that these Democrat-leaning kids were about 9 times more likely to express negative emotions about Donald Trump than Republican-leaning kids were about Kamala Harris.
Yeah, it's a weird one, though, isn't it? You know, it shows you that in the houses of the Republican kids, they don't focus on the opposition negatives. They focus on the people they support's positives. You know, Trump supporters are about Trump. They're about what Trump wants to do, whereas the Democrats are about Trump as well. But that, you know, that's the weird thing. Why?
They are about anyone but Trump.
Yeah. And
the main thing is not Trump. And can we emphasize that not Trump, but it's not about Trump.
Yeah. And the only way they can talk about anyone but Trump is to endlessly slag off Trump. They're caught in a Trump feedback loop.
Yeah, and it's the whole system. I fully expect it to be like that because that's how the system is geared. I listen to people in the real. I live in Lincolnshire in England, and I listen to people talk about Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, and I'm like, they have no idea. They have all they've done is listen to what the little silver box in the corner of the room told them.
Yeah,
and that's it.
Yeah,
I heard them talking about the debate that they didn't watch. Going, oh yeah, Kamala now that she's going to be brilliant, Kamala. I mean, and then they went on to Donald Trump asking to get shot. They moved on to that subject like that's a normal conversation. Yeah, well, he's asking for it, isn't he? The things he goes on about, the things he says. At which point I said, what did he say? And they looked at me and went, well, well, no, go on. What? And then they were like, yeah, exactly. And then all of a sudden their mind goes blank. And they suddenly realise that they've been listening to the little silver box in the corner of the room and just believing it.
Yeah. I've been watching a load of leftists going mad over Matt Walsh's new documentary, Am I a Racist? And it costs $3.5 million to make, and it's already grossed 80 million. It's the most successful documentary in the last 20 years. And there's loads of leftists who at the beginning of their YouTube videos, where there's 3 or 4 of them, they admit they haven't watched it, and they spend 2 hours critiquing it. It's like, wow. Floella joined us again. What's happening, Floella?
Hello. How's it going?
You got a flavor, you got a taste for it, didn't you?
Yeah, no, I liked it. I like coming on and saying hello. I wanted to talk something political.
All right, go on then. Not a problem.
So what's your take on Trump then?
Well, I think at the moment they've got 2 choices: communism or Trump. And
yeah, but hasn't he aligned himself with the JQ? Right.
Yeah, but I don't really have an opinion on that because at the moment that's not the more important issue. I mean, no one's ever going to be perfect. You're not going to. The person that you really want running the country is yourself, because you agree with everything that you believe in.
I kind of like Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, she jumped over, didn't she?
Yeah. She broached the gap, didn't she? So.
Yeah, she's good
choice
stuff.
at the minute is Trump or Kamala. Doesn't matter whether or not.
Well, what do you think of Kamala?
Just a nothing. She's a communist. She's a daughter of 2 communist professors.
Well, she's a brown lady who convicted lots of brown people.
No, she didn't. No, well, she did, but only for things like smoking weed. She let a lot off of the dangerous crimes, of like real crimes, because they were going to be sentenced to a long time. I can't stand her. You know, everyone taking the piss out of
I
her,
agree.
saying about these things from the past and we can move forward. They're Marxist slogans.
Yeah, but have you ever heard her talk in public? Like
Yeah, yeah,
she's terrible. She's
yeah.
awful.
She can't.
Can't
She
string
can't
a
do it.
sentence together.
She went and talked to Putin, and 2 days later he invaded Ukraine. She went out there to convince him not to, and 2 days later he did. Yeah, nuts. I mean,
That's the
if
only
Trump
joy with
doesn't
Trump.
win,
The only joy I've had with people with Trump is that conversation of someone was putting Trump down as the idiot that they think he is. And I pointed out, if he's such an idiot, how did he run America for 4 years and not start a war, not lose a war, and all that? When when Obama was in charge, Russia was invading Europe and things were kicking off, and then after Trump it happened. But when Trump was in charge, it never happened.
oh, there's so much. He was, they were a net positive producer of oil. They were selling oil, and producing it themselves under Biden. Biden was begging OPEC to produce more oil. And then they've got this fucking Green New Deal, which is, it's going to cost trillions, and they don't even know what it's going to do. It's just mad. They do know what it's going to do. It's going to destroy America, which is what they want. So coming back to you, Floella, that's my problem. They want to destroy America. They don't want a United States of America.
This is what I think the new plan is. The new plan is to do the accelerationism, get rid of the hegemon, which is America, and then create this new world order, which is going to be Russia, China, and other, maybe a bit Europe, but not quite.
Well, I had this conversation with Mumford the other day. I said it would be a weird one, wouldn't it, when you've got communists running America and their biggest economic and military threat.
Yeah, but they're capitalist communists, aren't they? They're champagne socialist communists. They're not real communists. They're not like
of course I understand that, but you're waving a certain flag when you say you're a communist. You're ideologically aligned. That's why sort of Russia and China, although
culturally Marxist.
Yeah, sort of, but ideologically as well. But China's not a. I have to be careful because I'm on their doorstep, and again,
China's not communist anymore. I reckon they're more capitalist than any of us. They've worked out. They're like, that shit works in the West. Let's do that shit.
The communist argument is that it's a globalist project, and I know this because I made the mistake of being one. And so when you accuse a communist country of having a capitalist economy, it's like, well, they can't survive without one unless they can trade with other countries. That they're going to starve. Yeah. So yes, they're not real communists, but that's because we need more people to jump on board.
Well, I always thought that communism would work if the human zeitgeist or intellect would embrace the idea that we are all the same. But that's a very liberalist idea. That's a very.
Well, the thing is, though, we're not all the same. We're not created equal. People.
No. But that's what evolution has taught us. Evolution has taught us that we diverge from our origin, or our origin. We become something different to the other. Like humans are diverting. Like we are diverting. Well, some of us are white, some of us are brown, some of us are small, some of us are tall. Like
I'm listening to your song.
it was quite a melodic, wasn't it? But yeah,
simply love
but we diverge. That is the whole point of evolution, is that all evolution diverges. Sometimes it comes back together again. But humans are trying to do the no, we're all the same. We're all
Yeah.
the same humans.
And the
Despite the fact that
fundamental,
you're brown and you've got different eyes to me, and
steady on. There goes the
yeah.
channel.
Oh, fucked up your YouTube channel.
The
But
problem
but
with
that's the point of diversity, isn't it? Isn't that diversity?
but the problem with it is though you can't raise everyone to the top.
No.
So the only option you've got is to bring everyone down to the lowest common denominator.
Yeah, but isn't that communism? Communism wants to bring everybody to the bottom. Yeah,
yeah.
Like they want to destroy all of those things which make things good and great, like which is blood and soil, which is what I believe in. But
they think that people are going to, like entrepreneurs who invent amazing things, are going to still do it when they're not getting millions or billions of dollars for it. They got this weird idea that people are they're gonna stay up all night and they're gonna work and they're gonna not be there for their kids' first 4 or 5 years because they're setting up a company and all that. That's all gonna go out the window when everyone's on the same money and not a lot of money and eating the bugs and all that. It's
Packer, have you set your kids up in a business startup?
No.
Oh, okay. Why not?
The simple problem, Marzipan's been a member for 37 months. He's been a member longer than that. We all know that. Brick Dictator dropped 12 quid into the entropy, and he said it's for the Province Pool Fund. Good call. Fucking swimming pool. The one I'll always go back to is the very simple, very basic Mises analysis of why communism won't work, and it works a treat. Free markets regulate value. You only know the value of your resources, and that includes labor as a resource, and it includes food. It includes all things. Markets regulate value. The exchange of goods regulate value. You take the free markets away, you can't regulate the value of anything. And as soon as you can't regulate the value, you can't know the value. And then your long-term planning is just screwed. And suddenly the hundreds of millions of deaths and starvations wherever it's been tried makes sense.
Yeah, but then you get market manipulation and people like Google and Facebook and like big business which manipulate the markets, which then means that capitalism doesn't work.
Yeah, but I'm not saying capitalism's perfect either, but that is corporatism more than capitalism. There are laws in place that should stop that. I mean, the fact that members of the government can trade stocks is just ridiculous.
Yeah, like Pelosi and others.
She's made billions off of stock trading because she's got insider information, and that's illegal. But
apparently not in America.
Yeah, but even in England, if you're a member of the government and you know that a certain bill is going to pass in a few months,
then
you tell your grandmother to stick that 5 million that you've just put in her bank on this stock, and then the family quadruples it.
Yeah, that's capitalist corruption, and that's the problem. And it's the people that control that is the issue.
Capitalism at heart is amazing because it's a
small business is great.
Two people both benefit from an exchange.
Yeah, exactly. Like my local butcher, he kills a sheep and puts it on the rack and then sells it to your local people, and then I understand both people benefiting from that.
If the price is right, If the price
Yeah.
is right, they're happy to say, okay, so that's, for instance, £5. That for me is 20 minutes work. Is 20 minutes work worth
Yeah,
a
and
nice
then HSBC comes in and fucks it all. So,
well, and VAT obviously, and inflation, which is just
yeah,
another
some prick in a
tax.
government. Yeah. Excuse my French.
So,
Anyway,
you know,
I'm sorry. I'm fucking up your stream. I'm going away. I'm going away now. Bye.
wait. Before you go, can I ask you a serious question?
What am I, Floella Benjamin?
No, have you?
Have I been reading through the round window?
No, and don't take this the wrong way, but have you?
Okay, I'm taking it seriously.
Have you imbibed any substances this evening?
I've had 2 pints of Left Blonde,
It's
Belgian beer.
nice beer. I like that blonde
It's
beer.
all right, but they've screwed it up. They put it in cans now, and it was 6.6%, and it was like brewed like to the Belgian, the Belgian experience.
Yeah.
These days, it's now in a can and it's mass produced and it's rubbish.
There you go.
But it's all right. It's not that. Yes, I have imbibed a few.
I'm not a big drinker, but years ago when I used to rock up to the French house at midday to start my dark trade.
Was that Watford? Oh.
No, it's Dean Street in Soho.
Oh,
it's
okay.
a lovely little boozer. But I'd get one of those bottles from an offie. I think it was at Leaf. I just like those blonde beers. They're just lovely.
I love Belgian beer. Like there's so many stories about beer in Belgium. Look up the 101st Airborne Squadron in the Second World War in Belgium, and there's some beautiful stories about beer in Belgium in the Second World War. 101st Squadron Airborne.
All right, I will remember that. It's an easy one to remember because of the 101.
Yeah.
All right,
anyway, nice to speak to you. All right, I'm off now. Bye. Take care.
It's funny, isn't it? I mean, lovely to have a new person on, but I can sometimes tell when someone's had a bifter or maybe had a couple of drinks. But what a lovely guest! Right?
No, he's lovely. He's very happy to chat, wasn't
he? Yeah. Well, twice now. Here we go. Let's carry on with this.
Why might that be? Psychologist Ashley Landrum has some ideas.
So Donald Trump is a very polarizing figure, and it's very possible that the kids are reacting.
No, the media have polarized Donald Trump. Let's carry on.
To their parents reacting to Donald Trump being a very different kind of political figure than what we've seen before.
Which is very untrue, in fact. This is news for adults, and it's like the level of discourse is like for children, isn't it? Why do you think that Republican children think like this? Because the news has told them, and their parents have told them. Oh, you think so? Great! That you've really fooled me. You've made me a lot cleverer. It's ridiculous.
So do the red state kids hold as strong of attitudes? Well, not when we're talking about Kamala Harris. In part, that could be because they don't know that much about her.
Landrum was also curious about how kids saw their peers in the political divide.
So do you think that the kids that live in those two houses would be friends with each other?
They can.
They can?
There's no law breaking that.
It doesn't matter if you are different by skin color, or it doesn't matter if you are different by people. You can still be friends.
The study
I'd agree with that.
Found that Republican-leaning kids were more open to visiting a
If I didn't agree with that, I'd be struggling in Cambodia.
Democrat-supporting household. The Democrat-leaning kids were about 5 times more likely to say they would not want to go to a pro-Trump house.
Would they be okay with you going over to somebody's house who is really supportive of President Trump?
No.
No? And why not?
Because they know that he's not like black people, so
he doesn't like black people. What a terrible shame that a kid thinks that. And it's the Democrats that have,
this is what infuriates me when these people start talking, I think to myself,
Back,
I would
you coming
love
in
to be able to.
Go on.
I'm sorry, it's my speaker. I would love to be able to just show you the facts and prove you wrong, but I have tried this, and when you do, it upsets them.
Yeah, exactly.
They get angry, they get mad, and they dig their heels in. It's bizarre.
I totally agree with you.
They will not be happy to see me.
Would your family let you go over to somebody's house who's really supportive of Donald Trump?
No.
No, they wouldn't.
No.
And why not?
Because like my mom and dad don't like Donald Trump at all. Not a single bit.
Would you be okay going over to somebody's house whose family really likes Kamala Harris?
I think it'd be fine. It's just about the personality of the people.
Yeah, boy, there you go. Look, sensible, good parents. Just said to him, don't judge people. Have a conversation with them.
Would your family be okay if you went over to somebody's house who really liked Donald Trump?
If I want to be real over here,
Whoa, how much medication is this one on? Look how red his skin is. He's got half an eye. Man, that isn't just fat. That's water retention. This one is absolutely juiced off his head.
So if I just went over there, I imagine be a good old argument or a fight. Maybe like a food fight or something.
Democrat children. Maybe like a food fight. His shutters have come down. He don't know what.
Face weren't moving.
Yeah.
Full of roids or Botox or something.
Well, it'll be the side effects of the drugs he has every morning because he used to want to try and learn things. Okay, listen, I'm going to put the invite in the chat again. And if no one comes in or no one donates anything, I'm off. It's 3:00 in the morning. I've got work. I've actually got work to do. Come on, Packer. I've got an house to build. I do like it the way you laugh every time I do it, though. Bosh that. Tell people to buy my house.
What I'm looking forward to, Lee, is ultimately about 5 of us on a riverboat coming through Cambodia looking for you because you've gone fucking AWOL like your favourite film. This is how your life ends.
It would be a really. I did not say that's how my life ends. But the best bit will be when I come out of the water with all the cam cream on. Our closing. I just wanted to say that 22H has bought 10 futures on the Arcload. Can you point to the QR code above your head? A little bit longer than that, mate. I'm trying to grift here. Thank you. 10 futures is a significant donation. You'll get your video reply as soon as I finish this stream, which will be a bit later now because you've bought some time. Arklow, why do you look like the bad guy from a science fiction movie about to give someone? You're angry, aren't you?
Not at all. I'm very good. I'm in great form.
Help us out, Packer.
He's just got one of them resting bitch faces, isn't
he? That's it. Terrifying.
Resting prick. Resting prick face.
Resting prick face. Leon, thanks for that donation. Dysgenics. I don't know what that is. Anyone know what dysgenics is?
Dysgenics.
It's pronounced like that. Okay. Anyone know what dysgenics is?
Well,
Leon?
dysgenic is it doesn't promote procreation. Or healthy procreation in some contexts.
Sounds like my bloody sex life.
Anti-family? Is that what you mean? Right.
I'm having a look. Don't worry, ChatGPT.
Anything that doesn't promote procreation is dysgenic.
Dysgenics refers to the concept or theory that genetic qualities within a population may deteriorate over time due to certain social, environmental, or reproducible factors. It contrasts with eugenics. There you go. So rather than selective breeding, it's random breeding.
And you know, what you could say we face is a kind of a combination of eugenics and dysgenics. You know, Whitey being the only one that's encouraged to not procreate, of course. You know, which is the ultimate dysgenic. You know. Oh,
we've got Pax Max confirmed.
Pax Max, how are you?
Hello. Look at that. I sent him an email, and I did send it to him, and I did deliberately say, "Oh, I was just sending an email to another scrub because he doesn't get notifications, and your email come up," and it did, because the way I found the other email was to type in scrub or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I said, because I wanted to tell him that I'm streaming in a little while. A little planted the seed there, Pax Max. It's lovely to see you. Art Glow's only just come on, so we'll see what frightening things he's got to say. Before we do that, though, JP always rocks the boat. Dange, I love you, so I want you to know that I'm going to miss your stories the minute you turn off the stream. Please don't go. Don't go.
That's the song, Chris.
Dange, I love you so, and I want you. Is that it? No, I'm gonna miss you. Sing it, Packer.
Dange, I love you so. I want you to know that I'm gonna miss your story the minute you turn off the stream. Please don't go.
Don't
go.
Oi, John, thank you for the sentiment and thank you for the lady. That's lovely. But I'm a little bit shocked about what a lovely singing voice Packer's got there out of the blue. It was a little bit dodgy at the beginning when you were getting your confidence.
No. He has a lovely singing voice, Chris.
How do you know?
Because I'm a singer myself, so I can judge with a frame of reference.
Can you sing us a couple of bars of one of your favourite songs? Please don't make it Irish and political, because I think 42's lurking.
No, he's gone.
Go on then. Crack on with the field.
Grace, just hold me in your arms and let this moment linger. It won't be long till we must say goodbye. I could keep going on there, but I won't.
Oh, Kitty, my darling, remember that the doom will be mine if I stay.
Oh, Christopher.
Or better we part, though it's hard to, than to rot in their prison away. So softly she then kissed my pale lips. It was the same story over and oh. Hush now, Bernie, the police are watching, and I know that I must go ashore. Do you know that? I think Brendan Behan wrote that.
He may well have, actually. I wasn't sure if you were just riffing at the start there, but that could be for real.
Yeah, I think that might have been written by Brendan Behan or the other fella. Who wrote Dirty Old Town?
That was Ewan McCall.
It might be Ewan McCall. One of those two. I confuse them, you know.
Yeah, he was from Manchester.
What a tragedy, his daughter. You know, his daughter was good friends with Morris.
Yeah, that was terrible. Yeah, that was absolutely terrible. It was dreadful.
For people who don't know, Kirsty MacColl, Ewan McCall's a famous Irish writer and poet. And his daughter was, of course, Kirsty MacColl, who we all know, people of my age. And she was real good friends with Morrissey, of all people. They went out on a boating trip, and she went out swimming, and somehow she got caught up in the rudder. Not the rudder, the fella.
Outboard motor.
You can guess the rest. And of course, you know, everyone apart from 42 loves Fairy Tale of New York. What a song. When that one comes on at Christmas, it's gorgeous.
Well, Chris,
Yes.
there's a lot of serendipity here. Anyway, I happen to have been in Salford yesterday, so I was visiting a family near Leeds, but we decided to take a trip down to Manchester for a little couple of days as well. So I was in Salford yesterday.
Okay.
And Pax Max contacted me on Telegram there.
Oh, hang on a minute. This is too much. Go on.
While I was in Manchester Airport waiting to fly back to Dublin, and he found a rather amusing. Not amusing.
No,
just
it was
weird.
fucking nice.
It's not me, so it's not amusing.
No, it was Pax Max. It was.
Before you continue, Arklow, do you two point down, Packer? Do you two have some secret sub-scrubs relationship going on? That
No, it's more like a metastasis.
Okay. Isn't that where you have your boobs chopped off? Sorry.
You might have to get your Mickey chopped off if it was in the wrong spot. Like, anyway.
Sorry, continue your story. Hang on, did I thank 22H? Yes, I did. Thank you, mate. That's very kind. I'll get your video reply. Thank you.
Pax was watching a stream, the quartering, Jeremy the quartering.
I do.
He just had a guest on the stream talking about Trump derangement syndrome, but the lad had my voice. Is the only way I can describe it. He had my voice
your face
and my face and my face. And if I hadn't seen it and heard it, I wouldn't have believed it.
Hang on, so the quartering had an American on who looked and sounded like you.
Yeah,
and
pretty much.
Max, what you sent in the link?
Yeah, and the timestamp.
Right, hang on then. Let's see if we can dig it out. Can either of you remember what I need to type in? Oi, did anyone notice Packer then? He went, just. That was it. That was his.
Start with the quartering. How long ago was it?
Oh, start with the quartering. There you go. And it was a live, was it? Or was it Flat Earth debate, Professor Dave versus Whitsit? Why modern women suck? I didn't say that, Susan. I'm quoting from another channel.
It was yesterday. Trump missile attack. Huge wins in court.
Latest. Hang on, though. He must have another channel because when I type live...
Quartercast, Chris.
The Quartercast. He's got another one. There you go. Right, oh, nice. Looks like he had a nice bird on there on Thursday. Right, what was it? So Friday's live show.
Yeah, Trump missile attack.
Any idea roughly where I can scan through
it? Go to 1 hour 11 minutes.
Look at
1 hour 11 minutes. Yeah.
Roughly.
Approximately.
Somewhere in the region of.
I found him, people. Right. I'll make it full screen. Exit full screen over here. Oh, I fucked something up. Present arms. Share screen.
Now, when I say looks like me, a little bit.
Oi, can I just say before we carry on, look what you've got.
It's not a little bit. It's actually more.
Oi, Arklow, with your lies, look what you've done. Look what you've done to me. You told me you'd gone.
It's a good tune. I know I should have sang the sash for you, or something like along those lines. But
I get terribly uncomfortable at this point. 42 said, "Was that Grace you were singing, Arklow? Lol." Thank you, 42. Pax Max, help us out. Thank you, 42. Lovely to see you. Glass, why don't you come on, Glass? Come on. Right, so here we go. Let's see how close.
1 hour 11 minutes. There's a lot of faffing about with audio, but
all right, that's all right. People are used to that around here. Let's see if we can get this working.
Yeah, if it doesn't work at 1 hour 11, go to 1 hour 12.
Okay, well, I've got it 1 hour 11 and 22 seconds. Let's see.
Oh no, I don't hear you. Hold on a second.
So, good sign that they're faffing around with audio. Is it this youngster? Son of Arklow, this fella.
Yeah.
He
That's
does
my
look a little
long-lost,
bit like
that's my long-lost son.
He does look, I can see he looks a little bit like it. Let's see.
Wait until he speaks.
The software.
Here, I'll join in and out, whatever. Let's see.
He's going to try to read.
The quartering is described Xanax people, and I can tell by the grayness around the eyes and a lot more of his behaviors. Now, this isn't a secret. I haven't found this out. He said it, he's described it. But when you know it, you know it. Anyway, let's find Son of Arklow.
Dogs are playing. They're not fighting. We must be.
Before this fella talks, what will be interesting here, Pax Max, of course, isn't from Ireland or Great Britain. Sorry, 42, about that. So it'll be interesting to see how similar he thinks this accent is to Arklow to us. Do you know what I mean?
Actually, it's not going to be the accent. It's going to be the fact that Arklow's got a really deep nasal voice.
And also the cadence of the Anthony's talk here is also interesting.
Oh my God, I'm being pulled in all directions here. Let's roll BT.
VIP if we can hear him. And you guys heard him? Oh, you guys heard him, but I didn't.
Stop taking
Interesting.
Xanax, son. You'll be right.
He's trying to use Rumble for the live
now,
stream.
you hear me?
Son of Xanax. Oh my God, did you hear the Arklow on that? I heard it. Here we go. In fairness, he looks a bit more like Arklow after a few shandies. I mean, that left eye, that ain't, Arklow's a little bit more upright than that.
I'd say you could really go on about 5 minutes there, Chris, because there's a lot of audio problems that they're having.
So you think it's better to forward it a bit?
Just a bit, yeah.
Right, let's try it now. Look at you.
he has the Arklow Rock's nose, I can tell you.
He certainly does. Has he got any arms? Oh, for fuck's sake, come on.
My dick.
Anyway, here we go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Welcome in, Anthony. Good. I wanted to check in on you and see. For many of you know, the Anthony is the CEO of Sticker Mule. It's you like maybe
our VP of manufacturing knows you.
Fucking hell! I'm going to shut my eyes and have a listen.
Yeah.
Text messages.
Yeah. But his company also came out, or he used his company's Twitter account to really just kind of talk about unity after the Trump assassination. And Sticker Mule's been in the news. I know he's not here to shill his company, but I will do that for him. Dare Hopia floating around.
He's just.
These are
they're talking about the same video I was talking about. You said about serendipity. This is bizarre. I feel like I'm in a mode.
Isn't that utterly bizarrely?
Yeah, that is peculiar. Well, let's see if we can hear this bloke talk.
3.
I feel like they thought Trump was a god. People got arrested.
Let's go to the
kids.
Let's go to the white
Donald Trump, then Republican lean.
Oh, come on, man. I haven't heard this bloke speak yet. One line I've heard.
One of the coolest.
PlayStation.
Yeah, right.
I didn't know. Xbox, PlayStation. CNN wants to keep them political arguments.
Yeah, it's got a terrible echo, but He looks like you. He's got exactly the same pitch as you. And there's the donation from 22H. 10 futures is a fair whack. Nice one. So you were right, Arklow, and so were you, Pax Max. Arklow
Well,
said,
that was a very productive romantic tryst they had in Detroit there in 1992, it would appear.
Well, I can add another step to
Important
this.
joke, by the way. That's a complete and utter joke, by the way.
just getting that out there. Packer reckons he's got another level to the insanity we're experiencing.
Yeah, who's that bloke, that actor who played Groot, who does the voice of Groot?
Groot?
The tree man from the Marvel films or the other ones. And there's Baby Groot, which is really cool. And he just goes, I am Groot.
Come on, chat.
I can find out if you want. The chat will know.
Not David.
Vin Diesel is the voice for Groot.
Yeah, bring up Vin Diesel.
You do look a bit like Vin Diesel.
And the nasal deep voice.
Chris,
However,
I shit you not, a girl I briefly went out with in 2000.
Right, Arklow, start again, but a little bit more English because I didn't understand a word of it. I know you don't want to do that.
A girl I briefly went out with in...
Hang on, I've got Packer talking over you now, so I can't hear either of you. Hello, Pax Max. We will get to you, but right, say it slow.
A girl that I was briefly going out with in about 2000 thought I looked like Vin Diesel back then, like, and she thought I sounded like him as well. Actually,
I bet you loved it, didn't you?
I fucking did.
Oh, yeah. And why not? Why not?
I tell you what.
I'll tell you what, though, Arklow, I did see him on an interview, and he just started chatting up the bird, and it was really awkward. It was like there's a time and a place. Did you used to ask her if she wanted to start your engine?
That was before the Fast and the Furious, actually.
Oh God!
I think there was a film called Dark or Near Dark, not Near Dark. It was a stupid science
he
fiction
couldn't
series.
see. He couldn't see.
Yeah. Geez, I can't remember.
I know the one. I know the one.
It was a head of shape, by the way, but
let's have a hang on. I'm just going to interrupt proceeding because it's mayhem here anyway. But
yeah, it's pitch black.
Hang on, go on.
Pitch black.
Right. This is. I might get yeeted, but this just seemed like it might be interesting. Can you see ET on the screen? Not the little alien from the 80s, but the letters. No.
No.
All right. Present arms. All right, here we go. There you go. I just got distracted by it because it's the secret behind Vin Diesel's Groot voice, and I don't know why, but I want to know.
You won't see Vin Diesel in his latest movie either.
No, but you do get to hear him. All right, and we love it. He, of course, is the voice of Baby Groot.
I love America, but I couldn't live with this kind of stuff on the telly. I don't watch telly anyway, but they're so plastic, aren't they? Look at it. It's like fucking hell.
Yeah, and which is the budge there?
The budge.
Yeah, who puts the bins out?
In Guardians of the Galaxy sequel, and not having to appear on screen, man, it definitely has its advantages. We see Chris Pratt working out like crazy and eating all. I mean, it's got to be a little bit of a break from all that
It's
for
a
you.
little bit of a break. You don't have to worry about the washboard abs for the scene that's coming up tomorrow.
Instead, Vin can hit the pizza and burgers, knowing that all he has.
Now that is just shit. I apologize for the worst clip I've ever played on this channel. Right, let's get round. Oh, another donation. I hope it's Emma Glass making a legitimate excuse for not coming on. It is as well. Look at that. I told you I've got the trigger words. Here's a lady instead of me coming on. But one day, how many times can I say that? Drop. Yeah, see, she's under the spell, people. One day I'll tell you the secrets about glasses. I won't ever tell you. Actually,
Can I just say something?
You don't have to ask.
It's what I wanted to say when it was coming on.
Well, hang on, Arklow. Let me just finish with Emma.
Sorry. Yeah.
That Emma, one day, I don't want to press you, but you've been around these parts a long time. Everyone knows you, and I think you wouldn't have to show your face or anything if you didn't want to, but people would love it. But I also understand if it's not your cup of tea, it's not your cup of tea. And I hope the Leukemia Survival Society is doing well. And nice one for the donation. Wasn't that mad that I predicted it though, eh? Getting lower IQ. The more you think, the less you think. Dumber is what is it? What is it? Dumber. Sorry, are you under my spell pack?
I'm about to go.
What is that line though? Dumber is better. God, that was anyway. Right, Arklow, sorry. The reason you came on.
I just wanted to say that the family member I have that lives in Yorkshire, she lives up in Harrogate.
Right.
And Jesus, what a beautiful little town, a big town.
Harrogate, yeah, gorgeous.
We went over to visit Knaresborough. Gee, what a little slice of heaven, it's easy to get very down on all the things that we talk about, but there's incredible bits of England there, guys, don't lose sight of that fact,
No, without a doubt, it's absolutely gorgeous. My concern is the speed of the transition.
But you're the next day down in Manchester, I'm walking down the Market Street with Mrs. Arklow Rocks, and let's just say it's an extremely diverse place. But a lad comes sauntering out of the crowd, like Liam Gallagher, up towards me, and he goes, "All right, big man," and I figure he must have thought he recognized me, but he had the fist up like that, no. That kind of friendliness can sometimes mean that this is coming, but I just gave him a fist bump and said, "All right, lad." He was delighted with himself. So, and I think maybe he was just saying, "Oh, here's another pale face on Market Street."
Yeah, all right, there you go. There's one left. Hello, mate.
But it was great to see. I went down to try and see where the hacienda was. But it's gone. Obviously, it's just apartments there now.
Yeah.
But the tower blocks, the residential tower blocks, they're absolutely jaw dropping. They're about 40 stories high. It's looking extremely megalopolis there and a bit dystopian.
Yeah.
I get the impression the place has changed absolutely a ridiculous amount in a very short period of time.
You can watch documentaries about Oasis, and you can watch documentaries about Morrissey and the Smiths, where they go back to places in Manchester, and you're only looking at 20 years ago. Totally unrecognizable,
Chris, I found one place that was completely unchanged. I wanted to get a photograph outside the Salford Lads Club.
I knew for a reason. That was the first image in the one of the Morrissey videos. Yeah.
It was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. It's on the inner sleeve of The Queen is Dead as well. So
there you go. Mate.
It's just fantastic.
Was it because you didn't want to hold your phone out just in case it disappeared?
No, I wanted to just show you my little
steady. Oh, there you go. Amazing.
Oh, yeah. Deadly. There's a shop across the street. I'd say your one's looking out there saying, "Here's another one of these fucking agents."
Yeah. I can understand that, but you've got to get it. Moody Edgehead, Manchester's always been a dump, and I agree. But there's different sorts of dumps, isn't there? and different sorts of people inhabiting such dumps.
Yeah. Chris,
Right. Yes.
Just for me, I'll finish with this. Like we went up to the Museum of Science and Industry. It's a cracking museum, like, you know, but like it has paws layered all over everything now. You know, you have to understand how evil slavery was at the end of this tour, in case you didn't realize. Yeah, slavery was actually bad. Can you believe that? I never knew that.
And it's kind of that story continues through the whole museum.
Oh, you gotta have the context of everything now. But in the basement, I shit you not, there is an exhibition called "Injecting Hope: The COVID Story." It's like walking through a hall of insanity. Like walking through a hall of insanity. I advise you, everyone, just to give it a go, just to see it. Like, you know, like I'm sure our Dizzle must have been in there someday. Like,
it sounds like something Chris Morris would come up with, injecting hope.
Yeah,
the
injecting
COVID
hope. Injecting hope. And I tell you this much: there's a video that you have to sit down and look at the end of it on a big screen. Chairman fucking Mao wouldn't have produced propaganda as insidious as it is, all I can say. But you know,
incredible.
As I always say, it's better to know what's going on out there, like, you know.
Yeah, I'm going to have to look that up later, as well as the 101 Squadron, because Injecting Hope is just too good.
That's that. I actually fair dues to whoever came up with the title. I don't know whether they're trying to be ironic or not, like, you know, but
just someone who doesn't want to lose their job, thinking, how far can I push this bullshit?
Yeah.
And when they all went, that's great, he was probably like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, Arklow. It was many connections made and blew my mind. So thanks for coming on. Let's have an arc in the chat for our favourite Irishman. Ta-da!
The Southern Republican Irishman, not the North, not the North.
I don't get
42s are actually Rags and 42 are our favourites from the North, like, so.
Hang on, let's sort this out once and for all. Well, are you an Irishman?
Yes.
So I can say our favourite Irishman, because Rags and 42 ain't Irishmen.
Northern Irishmen, yeah.
No, they're not. According to you, they are, but they don't call themselves that, do
Well,
they?
they'd probably say they're Ulstermen, I would say.
That's exactly what they call themselves, yes. I don't like it. See you later. Lovely to see you. Bye.
Pax, Max, and Chris.
Yeah, nice to see you. Look after yourself, man. Oh, yeah, one more. Hang on, before you go, why are you wearing a coat indoors?
It's a hoodie.
You went one day in Manchester. Look at you. One day.
All right, lads.
Yeah.
Sorted.
There you go. Terrible impression. Lovely to see you.
Don't start that.
Yeah. No, look after yourself, Arklow. Get an arc in the chat.
Bye.
Ta-ra, mate.
Bye.
Is it just me with all that Irish stuff? I get all a little bit. I don't know what to say and what to do.
Yes,
Noella, I'm going to leave you out, unfortunately, because Pax Max has been waiting ages and we haven't seen him for a long time. And he's I do like that comment, though. I mean, it is a joke. Look at this one. While we were talking about it, it's just so funny to just. I think it's good. Moody Edge
salting a little bit, yeah.
Right, Pax Max, how the devil are you? Your beard, like mine, has got longer,
grayer.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I don't like this. When
it's like creeping in from the edges, and then you're done.
It's all the
before I
rain.
had it on 1080, people would ask me how long I'd been dyeing my beard, but this is the first time I upped and you can now see that it's got the little grey bits at the edge.
Chris used to dye his beard, everybody.
I never dye my beard. I might, though. I wouldn't. Look at the size of it. Look like Karl Marx now, don't I? Without the barnet, obviously. Pax Max, what have you been up to?
Yeah, I've been institutionalized for a brief moment. Well, no, I put myself in there to see if they could help me sort out my issues.
You went to see a doctor?
A doctor, and he put me in a ward and gave me
Wow.
a bed and some sheets and lay here for a couple of months and see if you get better.
Did they give you any medication?
Oh, yeah.
So you saw a psychiatrist?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
okay.
was a psych ward, actually. And didn't
I've
help.
got nothing against. I know you probably know my views on mental health and that, but I've got
Yeah.
nothing against people going voluntarily to seek help, and if it helps them, why would I have a problem with that? So, what was that experience like?
Well, it was like a hotel, but with the staff coming really close to you, basically.
Was there any sexy nurses?
No, not really, but they were really spicy otherwise. They did not like me talking back in any shape, way, or form. I'm there to comply. That was the message.
Sorry to interrupt this thing, what is going to be an incredible story. I just need to stop this. Morrissey is one of us. He's based as fuck. That's a fact. So yes. So hang on. So if I delve too deep and you don't want to go there, just say I don't want to go there, and I'll respect it. But what made you make the decision to actually? Because that's quite a big leap, isn't it? You know, I want some help with this now. Because the last time I saw you, you'd fallen in love with a Cambodian girl and went diving. It all looked very good. I
went diving. Yeah.
You did fall in love. You told me you did. You're denying it now because we're in public. All right, maybe you didn't want me to say that. Maybe I forgot the rules.
Diving was involved.
But yeah, in love, trying to push that away actively because it wouldn't be good for me. Actually, it would not be good for me to actually engage in some.
Why though? That, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but that's interesting. You think that you're not in a place where a relationship would be a positive contribution to your life.
Maybe it would, but it wouldn't be fair to others, I think, to have to deal with me all the day. That would.
You don't think you're a positive contribution to a relationship?
It's a very negative self, that. But that's what relationships are about. You get together and you make up, you help each other with your problems as well as celebrate what that just seems like your self-esteem is just through the floor.
Well, you're setting yourself up for failure, I think, if you're pursuing something that important when your state of mind is half lost. It's
okay. Actually, that's a fair point. So if that's very different from what I took. So if you're thinking, if you know that you're not ready for that, that's different from not thinking you're good enough. Okay, that's different. So when the doctor, sorry, I've got an ant on my glasses. It's really frustrating. Fucking thing. Why have I got ants all over my table?
Stop dipping your glasses in honey. I think that would.
I get through so much honey. Right. So when you went to see the psychiatrist, was it in the first meeting? Oh, for fuck's sake. Was it in the first meeting he said, or she said, I suggest you go to get some time in a hospital, get some.
No, it was basically the last thing left on the table, sort of thing.
Okay, so did the doctor give you meds first? They didn't work. You went back, and this didn't work, that didn't work, and then he said, "Well, look,
I've been on meds. I've been on meds for years, but only the ones that actually do something for me. There's a lot of meds that does not do anything for me. Rather, it makes my life worse.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So there is basically only one I'm using at the moment. And it has this kind of mild improvement to stabilize my mood over. If you look over like a week, it would be a net positive. For any given day and any given time, I don't feel happy feelings. It's nothing like that. It's just that it's makes me cuts the tips off of both the bottoms and the tops.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
so
I
it
get that.
evens things out a bit.
You kill the pain but sacrifice a bit of joy. Is it a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor?
No, I tried one of those. Oh boy, that was a bad idea.
Yeah.
Because at the moment I really do not care all that much about really important stuff. It's I procrastinate as long as possible. And when I was taking SSRIs, I timed that ×5 basically. I would not care about anything because
you don't need to.
You get so numb, and I'm already kind of numb. So getting more of that was just a complete disaster. And I got so tired.
How long did they have you on them for?
I was on them for like 3 months, and
Well, that's not so bad. Did you have much withdrawals, or were you just like, thank fuck, this is better?
No, it was thank fuck.
Right, that's good.
And we cut it out in maybe 2 weeks' time. We sort of tapered it off, and I don't know.
What was it, fluoxetine or something? It doesn't matter.
They all have different names in every country.
They all sound the same.
Yeah, something in, and
yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
so you tried everything or a few things, and in the end they said, well, why don't you go to what they're probably called something like residential care centers or something, I imagine now. Not the loony
I'm
bit.
not sure if they have they have probably some German name that is very precise, but I don't pay attention to that.
Auschwitz. Sorry.
Auschwitz Correctional Center. Welcome.
Worked so hard to keep this channel, and I encourage it.
Okay, yeah. You ask too many questions too slow. I'm just going to make this a really long stream for you.
If I find this very interesting.
Yeah. Basically, it started like this. I went to my normal doctor, and he said, "Oh my God, you've been on sick leave for 3.5 years. Why are you still on sick leave?" And I said, "Yeah, well, nothing helps. Nobody understands my symptoms, and nobody wants to care about it." And they say, well, I happen to know a clinic, a special clinic for people who has been on sick leave for a long time. They are specialists in dealing with that. And I said, that sounds really good. Sign me up for that. And it took a couple of months before I got in. But once I got in, it happened quite fast.
Did he give you a single ticket to Poland? Sorry.
There is some language barrier you might
right. Hang on. So you accepted that. You thought, I'll give it a go.
Yeah.
I won't interrupt anymore. Carry on.
And then there was like a pre-meeting with one psychiatrist before that to sort of suss things out a little bit on what's going on. And he looked like Robin Williams, and he had a permanent, very creepy smile on his mouth. There was only his mouth smiling. The rest was just deadpan. And it was so unsettling to sit there. I just wanted to get out there as fast as possible.
And here's why, because it's called a Duchenne smile. The problem is a real smile involves loads of muscles around the eyes. And because you've survived over your family going back through hundreds, thousands of years, you've learned to read deception in people. Well, humans are very good at it. This is why a lot of films fail. If an actor's bad and you see the deception, it's like, oh, come on. And and when people fake smile, and therapists are terrible for it. The good therapist I've had will look at me. I want neutrality, and I want it to be legitimate. They are neutral. They're not my friend. They're my therapist. But when you got someone sitting there going, it's just like, wow, I've really ended up at the.
Can we help you?
Yeah, there you go. Look at that face. It's awful.
I just started slowly recoiling back and saying yes to every question just to get in there and get away as fast as possible. It was very unsettling. And I was out there. I was like, oh, thank fuck. That was so weird. That was so weird. I don't understand how a professional, maybe he wasn't professional. I don't know. I had never checked his credentials, but how can someone?
He might have been one of the
work
patients
like that.
I just got in that office, and you got diagnosed by a patient.
Yeah, I did threaten to destroy his monitors at one point, though.
Oh, you got some rage while you were in there.
Yeah.
The answer is
was
yes.
Probably some minor thing, but I did react a little bit. Oh yeah. Now I remember what it was. But it's such a long story. It's some other time. How to engage in my rage, how to rage bait me. That's another thing.
Did you have group therapy?
What?
Did you have group therapy at all?
Yeah. Once I got in, after that meeting was about 1.5 months later, I got into this ward, and it's an open ward, so there's no locked doors. You can come and go if you must. And all of that. So it was in that. I'm not in a closed mattressed room or anything. It's like a standard hospital room.
But weirdly, no hooks anywhere you'll find to hang your coats and things. I'm being serious. Someone said to me once, they said, look around and see if there's anywhere you can hang anything in this place. And I was like,
you are correct.
There you go. Yeah. Weird, huh?
Yeah, there was only these metal coat hangers that you could hang something off. It was the coat hangers.
Yeah,
rather flimsy ones as well. Don't know why.
So you did end up in group therapy.
Yeah, and the problem was every group therapy was in German.
And that's not
not going to be so
Swedish.
conducive to me, no. So I could participate. I tested like 5 different group therapies because they have so many different kinds of. If you're having interpersonal problem, if you're having depression, how to manage time management. It was a lot of different sections of life you could sort of focus on and hone in on. What would be good for you?
Sound practical things. Was there not any actual sort of therapy like free flow where you could say how you feel?
Yeah. Then so in every week there was one proper psychotherapist meeting, one-on-one, for like a full hour.
Wow.
And could be extended if there was issues, very large issues. And then there was 2 doctor's appointments in every week. And those were for other general stuff. If you're getting a cold, if you're basically checking your vitals,
just a
pulse, blood pressure, and all that, and also some advice for how to behave in a setting with a lot of persons.
No, what really?
Yeah. I seemingly have the ability to provoke others until they go into rage as well. So that is I can seemingly push some people's buttons and they just pop off. And I managed to do that to 2 nurses at that ward. I'm just amazed at why they do that when they are professionals in this setting.
Well, usually because a lot of them, if they're not the main therapist, they're not with all hospitals, but a lot of them recently worked there. A lot of them recently were patients there, and then they get seriously, and then they as part of getting them back to real life, they give them voluntary work, which is free labor, to sit in on group therapy. I mean, I had a group therapy in a rehab once, and this girl picked up a big glass ashtray and swung it at me. And it was only because the bloke next to me pulled my chair back, and I hit the deck. Because
The Trump save.
I didn't see it coming. coming. I just saw the end of it. And she got manhandled out. The security suddenly appeared, and the therapist who was running the therapy, I said, out of interest, what are your credentials? What's your training? And she just wouldn't tell me, and I had to take it up with the boss. You're allowed to call I can't remember what it's called. It's got some stupid name where if you've got a problem and all the big guns come out. And I said, I don't think so and so is qualified to take group therapy with us. And the boss said, yeah, she's not. I don't know who scheduled her for that group. And I apologize, sincerely to everyone in that group. And I was like, yeah. But then, of course, they didn't sack her because they want her to sort of make tea and mop floors and things. So it caused the rest of my time there to be quite unpleasant because she helped make life hard for me. So how long were you in there?
2 months.
Fuck me.
Yeah.
Well,
And
don't.
I would have gotten an extension, but they kind of, I don't know if they made it up on the spot or if they were working on some misinformation, but they kind of chucked me out a bit early. Actually, they had plans to keep me there.
That's good for your self-esteem.
Yeah, of course. So yeah, they said that I have been away from the ward too much. But the only reason for me going away from the ward was only 2 reasons I actually left the ward at all. And the first one was getting new glasses because they broke when I was in the ward.
So was the sorry, it's very late here. Was the accusation that you were isolating?
No, they didn't call it anything except for being away and not participating in all of the
they don't because I know that I got accused of that because if they think you're trying to avoid being with people, then what's the point of being there?
Yeah. And the fact that I had, I'd say about 180 hours of presence in the day room where we have board games, card games, chess, laying puzzles. I had so many hours in there, and they claimed I was not participating. Fuck you. So
180 hours out of how many? Out of a month?
For the duration, yeah. So for 2 months, I racked up quite a lot of hours there. I was there for a long time because I was
180 hours a week, isn't it?
But hang on, Pax Max. When you're in the games room, are you making puzzles on your own, or are you doing?
Yeah, that happens as well.
Well, that's not really joining in, is it? In fairness,
well,
sitting near someone's not the same as socializing, is it?
Yeah, but I wasn't focused on the puzzle 100%. I was talking to other people as well.
Okay, that's a fair deal.
So sometimes I would stop for 2 hours and just talk to someone because we shared a little bit of music interest and the such. So yeah.
So the whole. Did you get any? Do you think you got anything out of the whole thing at all?
Very, very like circumstantial, I would call it, something around the edges, fluffing, nothing that would really, really help me much forward. In fact, they also treated, I have 2 problems, like psychological issues at the moment, and also I have a problem with my thyroid. And the problem with my thyroid is probably 95%, 90% certain it causes the psychological problems.
Yeah.
So they try to tackle that as well. But for me, I would say that a normal by-the-book treatment of treating my thyroid doesn't work. It hasn't worked for 25 years. It hasn't worked properly. So,
right, I know someone that this has happened to. I know someone that I know someone that got psychologically affected by their thyroid not being right. I will look into it, Max. I'll get back to you.
Yeah, there's like one end of the spectrum. You're having too low metabolism, makes you really depressed, dim-witted, problem focusing on anything, tired, exhausted all the time. And the other one is when you have too high metabolism, then you're like hyper. Your hands could be shaking for just by being there, and your body temperature would get elevated. You would get really antsy. Like I am mostly all the time, seemingly, when talking to the staff of the clinic. Yeah, it was really.
What's next? I know there's a couple of super chats coming. I really appreciate it because I'm not going to get my work done. It's now 4:00 in the morning, so that's much appreciated. I will reply to them, but this is an interesting story. So what do you do now? Because this is your life.
Yeah. This is my years pissing away. So now we're going one layer deeper than hospital. Now we're looking at nearly questionable treatments. We're going for some holistical treatments, and those words kind of give me.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know, but it's something rather than nothing. So.
Paul Mumford told me he had fibromyalgia.
Right.
Which, as far as I'm concerned, is one of these made-up DSM nonsense diseases that's got no biological markers, and the symptoms of it are caused by you making bad life decisions. Excuse me. He was always tired. He couldn't eat, couldn't do anything, and his bones ached. Then he got depressed. Now, you've all seen, I take it you've seen Paul on this stream. I don't know if you have. He's been on a couple of times, but he's a very funny, very lively, very intelligent. He's my best friend. But when he had depression, like I'd ring him up and sort of say, "Hello, mate, how are you?" And he'd go, "Hello, mate, how are you?" And then he'd go, "Well, how are you?" Like completely different bloke. And this went on for years. He didn't change his clothes. He stunk to high heaven. He does some weird things anyway, but he started doing some really weird things. And I said to him once, I said, because he was dead certain he had fibromyalgia, whatever it's called. He was dead certain. He'd been diagnosed with depression. They had him on Prozac, SSRIs. That obviously didn't seem to be working, so they give him more and more, and every time they give him more, I thought, fucking hell, that's more to come off. And I said to him once, I said, would you entertain? I mean, one day I said to him, why don't you come into Soho and we'll go out? And he went, why? Why? Like my best mate. And I said, well, I miss you. And he went, I'll send you a photo. Like, and he's not laughing or anything. He's not making jokes. He's like, I'll send you a photo. And I'm just like, okay, I've got some. And once I said to him, listen, I said, how about, would you consider that all these symptoms you've had, the fibromyalgia or whatever it's fucking called symptoms, the depression symptoms, would you just consider that maybe you haven't got depression, you haven't got fibromyalgia, you've made a lot of bad decisions. I mean, he was running a music rehearsal space, an art space, and he fucking hated it. He didn't realize it was going to be a lot of work. Like, he thought it would just run itself, and it turned out he had to get up at 7 o'clock in the morning and didn't stop work till about midnight, and barely cut even at the end of the month, and lived there. So he lived in his place of work. His girlfriend hung herself to death. I felt like I needed to add that, she killed herself. And I said to him, listen, why don't you come out to Thailand? Come out there with me. I'll go out there and just come out there. He come out there. He still, we were arguing. It was bizarre. I was going, mate, look at this place. Look at what we can do. Look how exciting everything is. Look how much fun it is. Look at the fucking weather. Look how it's fucking Thailand, man. It's Patong. And they'd be like, he actually said to me once, he went, don't like Thai women, which is an ongoing joke between me and him, because since then he's had sex with about 1,000
exactly
of the girls he doesn't like. And we were arguing, and there was a couple of times at art school where me and Paul done acid together, and as soon as we come up, Ed'd start arguing with me. Like, Ed'd be on me for hours. Come on, let's do acid today. Go on, we'll do 3 blotters each. I'll be like, mate, it's Sunday. I've got work to do, like college work. And they'd go, come on, man, I'll buy you some skunk, or just, on me for hours. And in the end, I went, all right, you buy me an 8 for skunk. We do 4 blotters each, and you drive me to pick up these things in Paynton next week, yeah? And he finally managed to convince me. We do 4 of these blotters. Now, it's kind of irrelevant that there was 4, because they could all be 100 mics, and another day 1 blotter could be 400 mics, but they were quite strong. We come up, and fuck me, it's heavy, really heavy, and I can't stop laughing. I'm crying with laughter, and I think he is, because all my laughter is echoing. It's like a world of laughter. It's like reverse laughter. It's like the world is a laugh suddenly. And then I turned to him with like tears running down my eyes, and he, after spending 4 hours, convinced me to do it. He goes, what are you fucking laughing at? And I was like, no, like we're nowhere near the peak. We're about 30 minutes into it. And I just thought, no. And I went, and I thought, right, how do I handle this? Do I bite and engage in his drama? I will get back to why this is relevant to the story. Or do I try and calm him down a bit? But I am tripping, so it's not easy to negotiate difficult relationships. And me and him have got one of those. And I said, well, look, I said, I'm just sort of caught up in the razzmatazz of coming up on acid. And he went, what fucking razzmatazz? And he was all really, and I was so annoyed. And I went, I don't know how you've got the gall to spend half the day convincing me to do this, and now we're doing it, you're arguing with me. Gall? What fucking gall? And he walked off. He fucked off home. He just went in the strop. And it was a bit like that in Thailand. I was treading on eggshells around him. Like I said, right, first thing we do is get a scooter each, hire a scooter. So we hire these scooters, they're only crappy little 49cc jobbies. He doesn't know how to turn it on. And I'm like, look, just put the key in, there you go. And it's just a push button ignition. Then he can't drive it. And I'm cracking up. I'm trying not to, but I've never known anyone not be able to drive a fucking moped, essentially.
Yeah, that's
automatic, no gears. You just turn the accelerator and it goes forward. And he couldn't do it. And then he was going, oh fucking hell, I can't do anything. Oh, fuck this. Then he lost it, right? On one road, because I didn't let him on the main road. We were just going up and down one road, and he couldn't do it. And then he forgot where he parked it, and he was going, I'm sure I tell you what, he was acting just like his dad. He'll tell you all this. He wouldn't deny any of this. And then a mutual friend decided to catch us out, and we were walking up the road having an argument, and Trevor Locke appeared behind us. He went, "Hello, lads, fancy seeing you here." And I turned around and I thought, oh no, this is the worst thing that could happen. Because when the three of us together, there's a little bit of a battle for attention. Three's a weird crowd, isn't it, when best friends and that are involved. We went back to the hotel. There's a table with 5 seats around it. Me and Trevor sit down. I pull a chair out for Paul. No, he just goes and sits on another table on his own. And Trevor's like, what's up with Paul then? I said, I'm losing patience. The holiday carried on. He played being normal for a couple of days for Trevor, but then he dropped that out. He couldn't.
But how long was this?
2 weeks he was in Thailand.
Dear.
But on the second to last day, I said, why don't you go? He said to me, there's loads of beautiful women here. I said, why don't you go out and ask one if she wants to come and stay at your hotel for the night? And he went, they're not going to come home with me, are they? And I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. I said, yes. And he went, what if I can't? What if it doesn't work though? I said, just go to that pharmacy and get a Viagra gel, have that, and in about an hour, you'll be fine. So he did that, walked off. He come out with like a tie on and like that he'd brought with him. He looked ridiculous. And he went out and he come back with this absolute beauty of a woman. She was incredible. And he was all a little bit nervous, but I could tell something had changed. And they disappeared upstairs, and about 2 hours later, they come down. I was just having a couple of drinks at the bottom of the guest house. He cuddled her and kissed her on both sides of her face when she went. And he come over to me. He went, it's amazing out here. And then he went, fuck. He went, fuck. He went, why didn't you tell me this 2 weeks ago? I went, I haven't stopped telling you about it. He said, bollocks. Went home the next day. And I think 2 months later, he was living there. And since then, he's had no fibromyalgia and no depression. None. He's got a full-time job and he loves it. He says the last 5 years, well, 6 now, have been the best years of his life. And for him to say that, knowing what he used to say about our time at Dartington Art School. So that was a very long, I apologise for the length of that. I do tangent. But when you were out here, I was really impressed that you'd come to Cambodia and you went diving and you went out for the night, so to speak. And could you, much like I said to Mumford, couldn't you entertain the fact that I know that you've had a traumatic experience, and I know that wasn't that long ago. I understand that. But that's got to be dealt with. And sometimes that is just time. Sometimes that is just time. There's no other way. There's no speedy. But make some different decisions, do some different things, rather than the same things you've been doing since then, which don't seem to be working.
Exactly. Now, they do nothing.
Yeah. Done that to an extent by going to the hospital, but your actual life, because the hospital is sort of separate, I'm guessing is much the same as it was 4 or 5 years ago, but maybe just without the job or whatever. Because I think you left your job, didn't you, or something? Maybe I've got that wrong.
Yeah, I left my job in Sweden. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just think there's because of the way psychiatry works, they like to tell you you've got this, you've got that, you need treating with meds or whatever. But when I had Jeff Sharler on here and Jax come on from Rags and Jax's show, and he told Jeffrey Sharler that he was put on SSRIs when he was about 12 or 13, something like that. And he's still on them today. And he said that he was terribly frightened as a young boy. He was always frightened, which was odd because he told me the day before that he had a perfect childhood. So, we're complex and imperfect creatures, humans. And this is by no means me getting at Jack. I mean, a lot of my problems. But he said to Jeffrey Sharler, he said, well, what would you have done if I'd come to you at that age and said, I've got this terrible fear? And Jeff Sharler said to him, I'd have asked you what's scaring you. And it's almost so basic, but medicine doesn't really want to cure you like that because it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort, and it doesn't make a lot of money. Whereas putting you on meds for God knows how long, putting you in hospitals, there's a whole industry around psychiatry and their ridiculous diagnostic ideas.
Yeah, and it takes like 20 minutes to get in, SSRI out.
Yeah.
And
they'll leave you on them for as long as you want.
Yeah.
And they were when they were invented, they were meant for if you were so bad that you were a likely threat to yourself or someone else, you could have a break from it and then get some proper treatment, which is psychotherapy, or just ask yourself some basic questions. Why this? Why do I feel this? Why do I do this? And make some changes.
Yeah, I've made a point of it to basically ask myself at least a couple of times per month, are you imagining shit? Is this just in your head? That is what I question myself quite often. And could this all be some kind of just a psychological manifestation, that the pain is just a little manifestation?
I'm not saying you haven't got a thyroid issue at all. I'm nowhere near qualified to say that. But you can have a thyroid problem and enjoy your life.
Yeah, I mean, I have the same problem since I was 16. So it's not a new problem.
And you enjoyed your life when you were younger.
And I enjoyed my life every day until they stopped giving me enough medication for my thyroid. That's when all the problems started.
Okay, that's interesting.
And also, it's a repeating thing. It is the exact same footsteps I'm walking now that I did 20 years ago, basically. It's the exact same footsteps. I'm telling the doctors, hey, I've done this before. This is what fixed it the last time. So why don't we just go with that? And they say, no.
Do they tell you why? Do they tell you why they won't go with that?
Yeah, that's not by the book. You see, we have this book. It has some squares for your medical values, and they have to be within these squares, and then you're good. That is their explanation. Every damn single freaking one of them. And I met like 12 endocrinologists, and they all say the same thing.
It's medicine's such a broad stroke over people who are very different. It's that must be really frustrating. That must be really frustrating. You've had the medicine that worked, right? That's what you're telling me. And no one will give it to you.
Exactly. They will not prescribe it.
And no one's ever said that it's dangerous or you'll build up a tolerance. They've just said, no, that's not what we prescribe anymore.
Yeah, there is, of course, an associated risk by pushing yourself to that zone that is sort of slightly at the edge or slightly outside the box. But those can be dealt with if they actually come up at all. Because so far I've had some minor indications of one side effect of being in that zone, but that's it. Everything else has been hunky-dory.
That's fucking madness, man.
Yeah, it is truly. And I'm eating the actual medication right now, the right medication. It is just, I just need 25 milligram more of this, and I need 10 milligram more of this, and I will be back to work and not being depressed.
And you know, the person who I would trust would be the patient who knows, because they've been there before. I can't stand the pharmaceutical industry, psychiatry in particular. Psychotherapy, I support. You've got to get a good therapist, but psychiatry, ironically, is mad.
Yeah, my idea with getting into that ward was basically so they can actually observe how my body deteriorates when you change the medical prescriptions on me and make it lower. There is like an actual measurable difference, and I also experience a lot of more pain. Usually I don't experience pain right away, but it comes with either like low impact, super low impact training. This is like when I was at the hospital, I did retirement people workout schedule for retired people who are sick. That kind of look at that cat intervention.
Go on.
So while doing even those super light, very body friendly exercises, I still got completely worn down. It took like a week and a half, but in the end I got there, and it was like permanent pain.
Wow.
And so I had to quit that because if I would continue, it would get even worse. I would sort of equate it to that when you do exercise, your body repairs and does it quite fast, and then you can go at it again.
Is this like an NHS or is this private?
No, this is like an NHS, but German. But it was the exact same in Sweden. So,
there's no chance that private healthcare would give you what you think you need.
Maybe.
Well, that might be an option.
Yeah,
It's
this is one of these things we're looking at now. When I say we, it is I've been trying to get some muscle behind my words, so I actually have a lawyer that is actually working for me, advocating for me,
Wow.
making sure that people who I'm saying something to actually listens and take into consideration. Otherwise, there will be legal procedures.
What a state to get in when you're having to involve a lawyer to.
Yeah, that is your one of the last ditch efforts is to get that kind of help to push people in the right direction and make sure I use every damn last resource there is to get yourself corrected in a correct place or get the doctors corrected so they do the right thing. But yeah, that is it doesn't feel good to sort of go up to the doctors and say, hey, I have a lawyer and he's actually looking into this.
Yeah, that is immediately not a good start, is it?
Exactly. You're starting on the wrong foot and they just want to close the door as fast as possible and just la 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 la, can't hear you. And that's it. You're out.
But I want to praise you because you've done a lot. You've done loads. You did go on holiday with all that going on. You did go diving. You did try out their psych ward, and now you're trying something else. So it's not like you're just sitting on it and letting it cripple you.
Yeah. So at the moment, I'm
So
still
fair
running.
play.
I'm still running or operating on their recommendations because it's the only thing I have at the moment. But clearly, going to that ward and showing the results of their efforts to work with me was a complete waste of time, seemingly, because what they did, I would say it's borderline criminal, maybe, or very questionable, because when I was there, they took, of course, they took blood samples of straight indicating of my thyroid conditions. There are several values you can check there, and they took some samples, and then they came back and said, "Whoa, oh boy, you are really far outside of the box. We need to remove some medication." I said, "You cannot do that. That will put me in direct pain and more pain that I have now already. So please don't do that." "Nah, you see, it doesn't look good for you." So, yep, they chopped the medication a little bit, took off here and there a little thing, and then it went on for a few more days, and then they took another blood sample, and they say I went into it was like this bi-weekly. Is it called bi-weekly? No. This twice a week meeting. With like all the doctors. There's like your weekly personal doctor. There is like a psychiatrist is there, like a social worker is there as well to see if they can add anything. And there's also like the head doctor of the ward, of the psychiatry ward. So all of them are sitting there, and I feel they are sitting there against me because
I've had it.
It is like it feels a bit like an execution squad, and you're pushed into one corner of the room, and they are sitting like a arc of people and just firing at you.
I've had exactly that. Yeah.
Yeah. It is. This doesn't feel good at all. It doesn't feel. And they said, "Well, yeah, guy. I mean, your medical values, your T3 value is over 7." And I said, "Hang on. That's crazy value. That can't happen. That is like an impossible scenario because I've been doing this for so long. I know what it should be, and I know it has been high before, but this is like twice the amount I've ever seen in my entire hyperthyroid life. So this is out of the question. Something is wrong."
Yeah.
And they said, "No, we're just going to have to cut down on your medication." And I'm like, you have to be kidding me. Yeah, I just went out of there, and they were doing prescribing the new medication. I just went back to my room, and I just started thinking, what the hell is wrong here? Because these values are crazy, insane, impossible values, and they might as well be impossible. So I racked my brain, and I came up with it. Fucking hell, they have taken the blood sample under the wrong premises. That's the problem. They have taken the blood samples after I've taken my morning medication. No, you can't do that. You have to be on an empty stomach, only minor amounts of water during the night and morning, no medications, and then you take the blood sample. Right. In my case, it was actually with morning medication and breakfast, and they took the sample.
So it hasn't had a chance to metabolize or anything, and it's
or
just
the opposite. It has just hit the bloodstream, and it's just exploding everywhere in the bloodstream.
They pulled the tablet out into
basically it was white translucent stuff they were pulling out, not so much blood. It was basically
all right. Well, listen, man, lovely to see you.
Yeah.
Obviously not lovely to hear about all that, but you are being proactive. Thanks for coming on, because I guarantee, even though a lot of people didn't, a lot of people in the chat were talking about similar experiences. And I just know how medicine works, especially psychiatry and diagnosing. You know, when Big Pharma wants to change the drugs because the patent has run out on it, and then anyone can make it, they then have to promote a new drug. and
tweak a little.
They just stick another little something on it that doesn't change it really, but then they can name it something else, and then it's promoted to all the hospitals. Watch that film about oxycodone to get an idea of what they done, and then all the pharmacies that get funded by these people and mental hospitals and all that, they don't want you on that old one because their funding and the people who lobby the government, they don't make enough money out of it.
Yeah,
so
I have
fuck
another
your
story
health.
exactly about that. The medicine companies putting their lobby in and killing other medications that were actually working.
Yeah, it happens every time the patent runs out. That's what they do.
I have a story about that we can take sometime.
Yeah, would definitely come back. Lovely to see you. Let's have a Pax in the chat for Pax Max, who was very open and honest about a very difficult time in his life. I wish you the best of luck, man. It was lovely meeting you. And there's no advice I can give you. You already know it. You're taking a fucking lawyer to see a doctor. I mean, it's cranky, man.
It's weird. But okay, one small thing, just to not completely leave everything on a sour, negative note. I did actually meet a psychotherapist at the hospital, and he was actually very good.
Yeah, they're great. They're not psychiatrists.
So there is the little grain of gold in the entire truck full of manure.
The phrase is every cloud has a silver lining.
Yep.
There we go. I'll taught you some English.
Thank you so much, sir.
Listen, thanks for coming on. I really only sent you the email because I hadn't heard from you. I wanted to make sure you were all right.
Yeah, it was a little weird coincidence that you send the email today.
30 minutes before the stream comes on.
No, well, not so much that you sent an email at all out of the blue.
Yeah.
I mean, because just yesterday evening, I discovered this clip with Arklow. So I was talking to Arklow yesterday about it. Was it maybe this morning? I don't know. Yeah. So that is the quirky coincidences.
Yeah, quirky, not queer. It's not a queer coincidence.
No, please not.
No. Please. Thanks, Max. Look after yourself, man.
All right, thank you so much.
If you can't make it to the streams, ping me an email. If ever you want to chat, ping me an email. Always available.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and
Not
goodbye, everybody. Awesome
Pax
scrubs
in the chat, please.
all the time.
Show him some love. Ta-da, man.
Ta-da.
Packer, what'd you make of that, man? Jesus.
Fantastic. I missed Pax.
Yeah, likewise. That's why I sent him an email. I'm just, he's now taking a lawyer to go and see the doctor. And this is the West. This is why the West is so broken. Again, I'm not bigging up here, but you don't need a prescription here for anything. You can get one, but if you need something, you just go to a pharmacy and say, I need this. If they haven't got it, they'll order it for you. It's your fucking body. Crazy. Let's have a look at some of these super chats. Anything coming up over on that one? Let's have a look at entropy. No, we done brick dictators. Right, a couple of super chats. That was really nice to talk to Pax Max. That's a lot to go through, man.
Yeah.
Right, we've done that one. We've done glass. Anglo says, a bit off topic, Deer Hunter is a better Vietnam movie than Apocalypse Now. Thoughts, Chris?
Ooh.
I thought me and you were mates, Anglo. Right. I've had this conversation 1,000 times, so I know my position on this. The Deer Hunter is a fantastic movie. Fantastic movie. I rarely watch movies more than once. Apocalypse Now I've watched dozens of times just because it's a painting. But it's not really a Vietnam movie, is it? How much of that movie is in Vietnam? 20 minutes, 15 minutes? And then it's about
getting home to that I think is a steel manufacturing or a mining town, and the effects of the one who didn't go to war, the one that is a cripple, Christopher Walken out in Vietnam doing the Russian roulette, and Robert De Niro doing the off with the other one's wife. Hang on, I've got a mute. I've got a Simon Webb coming. It's the old sinusitis there. When am I going to? Hello. So fantastic movie, and I know you could argue that is still a Vietnam movie, but the majority of the movie is about how places are affected when men go off to war and then return, and it follows the different stories of the surviving members of that little posse. So if we're talking about Vietnam movies, how much of Apocalypse Now is about the Vietnam War? All of it. All of it. The Deer Hunter has got a much richer story. It's about people, it's about relationships, and it's the stuff that European people read as children: abandonment, love, death, revenge. All those. Little Red Riding Hood and all that sort of stuff. Those sort of fundamental archetypes that make up the Western storytelling canon. But it's not really a Vietnam film, is it? Now,
right, I'm just going to argue, right? This is for everyone else in the chat that disagrees with Chris, right? And I'm literally going to stand up and get my head shot off right now because I'm arguing with his favourite film. But I'll say that you could say that The Deer Hunter is about the effect that the Vietnam War had on that entire community.
Yeah. Now,
therefore, the entire film is about the Vietnam War. Okay?
And I was just about to say that weirdly, Apocalypse Now isn't about the Vietnam War. I mean, it's magic realism, isn't it? Like when they go to the bridge and it's like fireworks and, who's in charge here? No. All that, it's about the relationship of one bloke with a bloke with Kurtz. It's about, what's Martin Thingy's, character's name? I can't remember. Oh, it was nearly there. I'll remember in a minute. So it gets a little bit. What is a Vietnam film? Is really the question. What's the fucking character's name, man? He's in my novel about 50 times. It'll be in the chat. Someone will know.
Willard.
That's it. Absolutely, is Willard. Good call.
Otto, nice one.
There you go. Yeah. But it's all set in the Vietnam War, isn't it? And it's, they're fighting and there's guns and bombs and boats and Kilgore and all that lot. So I think you're comparing oranges and apples, really. But like Packer said, The Deer Hunter is a Vietnam film because why has that town changed its whole complexion? Because of the Vietnam War. Something that went on miles away that didn't really need to happen anyway, totally changed that town and all the sort of family and community relationships there. Vietnam caused that. Apocalypse Now, he ends up going to this bloke who went crazy and got a load of Cambodians together and slaughtered pigs and read poetry to them, which I don't think actually happened in Da Nang. So it really it depends. There's no better or I don't believe in better or worse with films and literature and art. It depends what you want out of it. And what I like about, what I admire about Apocalypse Now is the filmmaking. The photography is beautiful. Every scene is just so well considered. Just those lovely little bits where there's that bloke with all his intestines hanging out, and that Kilgore fella, they're not letting him have water, and he goes, "Any man prepared?" He's an enemy combatant, but he says, "Any man prepared to fight with his guts hanging out can drink from my water canister." And he gives his water like one of these things to this bloke who's holding his guts in. And then one of his blokes says, Sir, Lance, some famous surfer, is one of the blokes on the boat. And he goes, yeah. And he just yanks his water off this bloke. He's like, fuck off. He goes and gets it. Did that happen in Vietnam? I doubt it. So what do you want out of your Vietnam movie? Establish that criteria, and then you can decide. That would be my non-committal answer. What film do I like more out of the two? Apocalypse Now, without a doubt. But The Deer Hunter's a fantastic movie. He's come in with a reply already. We'll have to keep disagreeing. Mental illness is real. My younger brother has been sectioned many times. His meds stabilizing nowadays. Oh, sorry, I thought that was going to be about Vietnam. Well, with the only way I can really reply to that is to get more information off you, and I don't think you really want to give me more information, but there are no biological markers for any of the diseases in the DSM. They're not there. You know, if someone's got cancer and they die, you can find the cancer in the body. If someone's got a mental illness and they die, you can't. They keep looking for them. They spend fucking billions looking for them, but they're not there. And there are articles that say there are. You know, schizophrenia is like the golden chalice. It's like the no, that's not the right phrase, is it? What's the one I'm looking for? Like, there's so many papers on the internet about biological markers in schizophrenia, patients with schizophrenia. Oh, we found them. And then when you read the abstract, the last line is, at present, it's only been found in 4% of schizophrenics. And it's like, oh. So, you know, I'm not saying people don't suffer. I'm not saying people haven't got problems. But I don't think you have a mental illness. I think you're not functioning properly because of your things that have happened to you, decisions you've made, your context. You know, I'm not like some brutal, horrible bastard that says. And also, if people want to go and get psychiatric treatment and drugs, and if they help them, I haven't got a problem with that. I've got no issue whatsoever. But Anglo, will you do this for me? When you get some time, I'll put the link in the chat. I'll find it now. When you get some time, please watch this, and then you might get a bit. If you get bored, obviously, just stop watching it. And this isn't what I've based my entire outlook on this. You know, I'm friends with Jeff Sharler, who spent his life debunking psychiatry. Thanks, mate. Did you hear that? I'll put a link. Thanks for the support, Anglo, obviously. That goes without saying, but I do like to say it. Look at the time. I even said it would be a quickie.
nearly 4 hours I've been gabbing. Good Lord. I've just put a link in the chat, Anglo. If you do get some time, even if you only watch the first half of that that video, let me just quickly see how long the whole thing is. It's an hour and 3/4, but even if you just watch the first hour, I think you might understand where I'm coming from a bit more, because when you realize the decisions that were made 30 odd years ago that have caused the instances of mental illness in the UK to have quadrupled in 30 years. There's 4 times as many people have got a mental illness now in the UK than there were 30 years ago. And weirdly, there's 4 times as many mental illnesses in the DSM. And when you find out how they chose what mental illnesses went in that book, literally things like the woman who was making the tea got a vote because they needed to swing it. Really weird. When you realize that the people that funded the DSM, which is the psychiatric manual of illnesses, why have they got that? Because medicine wouldn't accept their illnesses. They said these aren't real illnesses. You know, they wanted to put their books in the medical texts, but real medicine said, no, we're not putting Tourette's syndrome. It's not real. And 100% of the people that invented the first DSM, the DSM-1, 100% of them worked for Big Pharma. In some instances, they had the drugs before they had the diseases. They'd created drugs that they knew would do so-and-so, and then they invented diseases to go with them. They invented a new disease, and they rebranded Prozac. And he talks about it on that video, so have a look at that. You can always disagree with me, Anglo. We're all adults. But I'll put that link in again just in case you missed it. Yeah, I mean, anorexia and bulimia. I know people who've had those mental illnesses, and there's no biological markers for anorexia or bulimia. Now, am I saying that people don't suffer? Of course not. If you're, and it's mainly girls.
Social conditioning. Do you think social conditioning has got something to do with those things?
Yeah, without a doubt. But if a 14-year-old girl is refusing to eat, I've got a mate whose daughter's going through it now. She's had to leave school because she's skinny as a rake and the other girls are calling her fat, and she can't handle school. But she's not eating. It's one of the worst things a human can do. That will kill you, obviously. That will eventually kill you. So that child is in incredible pain. They're in incredible pain, and it's manifesting by them screaming for someone to help them. There's never been a case of someone who's had an eating disorder where it hasn't been found out, because they want people to know they've got it. That's how they communicate. They don't know how to deal with very difficult feelings. So, if you stop eating or if you start puking, I know about God knows how many people who found out their daughter had bulimia because they found the sick. They found the puke. Now, it's very easy to puke in a toilet and flush it, but deliberately, unconsciously, they want this stuff to be found so that the parents go, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then they get some attention, which is usually what they need. And then the social services get involved so they get more attention. And then they start getting a chance to say what's going on.
And the kids who went through the whole COVID thing, where they didn't go out for and socialize for really important parts of their development. The whole social media thing, where you're judging your life by everyone else's perfect life, or they pretend they're perfect online. You know, I can almost guarantee that in the next 30 years, mental health, it'll be exponential. There will be something like 12 times as many people. At the moment, it's 1 in 4 or something. I think 1 in 4 people has got a mental health problem in England. It's just, and that will be, and these things are worn as a badge of honor. You've seen it. Everyone's seen it on Twitter. He, her, bipolar, anorexic. It's like, why are you telling me what? You know, I'm going to stick mine on there. You know, it's like, it's just what constipation. I might do it actually. Right, people, I haven't got any work done. I might get some writing done, but it's already 4:30. Listen, Packer, thank you for coming on. I will let you go now.
Thanks for having me.
It's always a pleasure. Can we have some love for Packer in the chat, please? That would be...
I will just say there's never any jealousy in this community about each other's gaffes, is there? I've seen quite a few, and no one's ever gone, shit, look at their fucking gaff. I know my curtains are some subject to some ridicule. That's fine. I don't give a shit because they're just curtains. But you know, amongst everyone's gaff I've seen in our circles, it's like no.
Yeah, we're all skin. Read that one out, Packer.
I don't know.
Can't hear you.
Another excellent stream, Mucker. Have Chris on again, Packer.
There you go. Cheers, Anglo. Thanks for supporting me again. Amazing. Go on, Packer. I'll let you go. Get some love in the chat for Packer. Talk to you soon, mate. I might do a stream tomorrow, but the work I didn't do today, I'll have to do tomorrow now. And then I'll shunt it on to Monday. Then I'll shunt it on to Tuesday. And it just won't get done. And I'll be living on the bugs, as they say. Look after yourself, Packer. There's a hoit to you.
One last thing. 42 streams next, everybody.
There you go. 42 streaming. How do they find him? Do they just search 42 numbers?
42, yeah. 42 the words.
People, can you like this stream, please? Please like this stream, because then YouTube will shunt it about a bit and some other people can suffer it. 4 hours. I promised myself, said do an hour and a half, and just when it gets to an hour and 30, just stop. But I just love it too much. I love it. I think maybe because I don't get to speak to a lot of English people, and I have to speak in broken Khmer, or my missus' English is good, but and you're just good people. It's a pleasure. So what are you going to do? All right, hang on a minute. Oh God. All right, Packer, I'll let you go, son. Look after yourself. Ta-da. You got anything else? Any more last minutes?
The name for tonight's stream. The name for tonight's stream was Welcome to Auschwitz Correctional Centre.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, mate. It's been lovely to see you. I can't believe you've done that. I can't believe it. I'm going to have to edit those bits out now. I'm just going to sort out a bit of music. Right, I want to thank all the guests who come on. We had some new people on today. We had some old people on today. We had an incredible story from Pax Max. That takes a lot of bottle to talk about things like that. And Floella is a bloke. Weird that was, wasn't it? Brick Dictator come on. I'm sure I've forgot someone. It wasn't because you wasn't interested. It's because I've just been gabbing for 4 hours and I'm like that, But thanks to everyone who come on. It really makes a difference to the streams. Thanks to everyone who donated.
you know, when I finally live in an house in the country, I'll be thanking you so much. And most of all, as ever, thanks to everyone who comes in and watches the streams, because without viewers, there's no streams. And you keep coming back, so we're doing something right in these parts. I dedicate this stream to Anglo-Saxons. I dedicate this tune to Anglo-Saxon's brother, and I wish him well. And I think I've racked it up so I can get the timing a bit better. We don't get that really weird, awkward silence. Look after yourselves, people.
Tell your daddy you're fighting good. Feel the glory he said you would. Tell your mama you're coming home. Over all of that death syndrome. But you realize you've been sold when you feel the enemy's cold hard steel. Feel the dawn of your final day. Feel the fear and go anyway. Get a ride in that big black plane. Kill your conscience and numb your brain. But you'll realize you've been sold when you feel the enemy's cold hard steel. Cause the wheels already been rolled when you feel the enemy's cold hard steel. Oh Lord. Do whatever they tell you to. Tell yourself it ain't really you. But when the slaughtering has begun, you'll be murdering someone's son. And you'll realize you've been sold when you feel the enemy's cold hard steel. Cause the wheels already been rolled when you feel the enemy's cold hard steel. Oh Lord. Yes, you'll realize you've been sold when you feel the enemy's cold hard steel. Oh Lord. Cause the wheels already been rolled when you feel the enemy's cold hard steel. Oh Lord. Hey.
Now. A few super chats come in there. Thank you very much. I didn't know you were on the phone, Plastic African. I hope you're well, mate. Where are we? There you go, Plastic African. Thank you, mate. Thank you, Packer. It's brilliant, mate. Having you on is brilliant. Anglo, absolutely loving Cold Hard Steel. I've got a little story for you. I know there's only 55 people left, but thank you everyone who donated then. Billy dropped an entropy. Nice one, Bill. He said, I can't afford it. I'm turning my gaff into something like Mel Gibson's from the movie Conspiracy Theory. The first attempt actually accidentally self-destructed. I'll tell you what, thank you, Bill. I haven't got a clue what you're talking about, but I appreciate the support. There's a great Mel Gibson movie called Dragged Across Concrete. If you haven't seen it, it's well worth a watch. Kind of film noir, sort of. You know, they're obviously doffing their cap to the old film noir. But Mel Gibson's performance is fantastic. It's a great movie. It's called something like Dragged Over Concrete or Dragged Across Concrete. Mumford studied music when I was doing my art degree because they'd done music, art and theatre at this place. It was called visual performance because it was like contemporary art, not painting and all that. Although you could paint, you could do whatever you wanted on my course. My final piece of work was beating people up if they didn't follow the rules that they signed off legally before entering the room. And one of them was you can't establish eye contact with anyone in the room. And everyone who walked in just looked up straight away. And there were 3 of us dressed up as ice hockey goalkeepers with wooden poles with a bit of pipe lagging on them. And we just went and kicked the shit out of them. Got first for it, though. Can't complain. But Mumford, if you do the music course, at the end of your course, you've got to do a recital as part of it. You've obviously got to write a dissertation and do a few other bits. But you've got to recite a piece of music. Now, I don't know if you know a band called the Mahavishnu Orchestra. John McLaughlin on lead guitar, Billy Cobham on drums, Jan Hammer on keys. Who plays bass in the Mahavishnu? I can't remember. Fucking complicated music. Like they do this thing called scanning. So the drummer might be playing in a 9/8. So there's 9/8 beats to the bar, but the bass line might be like a 3/4. So they only come in time every sort of 3 of the drummers. It's complicated music, but you don't have to let that bog it down. It sounds amazing. If you want to look into it, I would suggest what's the one? Birds of Fire. I mean, it's a bit hippie in mid-70s, a little bit prog rock, but it's the best bits of prog rock. It's not Genesis. So Mumford's recital's coming up, and he prints out this sheet of paper, and it says, for the 3 years of my music practice, I've been studying the work of John McLaughlin. And there's a little bit of blur, blah, blah, blah. And he was getting them photocopied in the library, and I was reading one. And I went, I haven't seen you play any McLaughlin for the last 3 years. He went, no, I haven't. I said, we'd done a rehearsal yesterday with a few other musicians. And so I thought this is going to be hilarious. But I knew the quality of him as a musician, and I knew the other musicians he got. So everyone's in there, all the tutors, all the students. Paul was a bit of a celebrity at college, obviously. And so I'm sitting there, and fuck me, man, he tore that place up. It was amazing. Like, let me see if I can get away with playing you a little bit. I mean, we're at the end of the stream anyway, so I think they've done Birds of Fire, the title track. Hang on. So listen to the lead guitar part, because that's what Paul played. And I hadn't seen him, and I was with him every day for 3 years, literally. I hadn't seen him play it once. He just remembered it from like when he was a teenager. And when he got on stage, I tell you what, I'd never seen there was one other jazz recital that people were like, wow, that was pretty good. But Mumford blew everyone away. He absolutely, and well, just listen to it. It's got a bit of a slow start, but I'll play as much as I can get away with. If the stream gets yeeted, I'm just going to finish it because it's nearly Sunday morning now, so I'm not going to start again. Fuck off with your ClickUp advert. By the way, people, if you've got a VPN, set it to Mongolia and you don't get any adverts on on YouTube. Cheapskate on that. So just check this out. It might not be your music, but Listen to the guitar that comes in. It's fucking wild. Here we go. Oh my God. I've got your backpacker. I just wanted it to get to that last little run there at the end. And I'll tell you what is going on with this layout, like? No, just go back. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if anyone's on the screen or anything. Stop screen. Cancel that. There you go. Hello, Packer. What did you make of that, Packer? Did anyone like that? I thought there was a very good comment where someone said, I don't know when to tap my foot. Exactly. But I tell you what. Oh, you say that 22H. All right. And I get that because that one maybe not so much. But look at me not going to bed. Hang on. We'll have a little bit of this one from the same album. Yeah, I'm nearly finished, mate.
I'm muted now. Sorry, yeah. I'll put ain't that something because it definitely is something, right? It's impressive.
Hang on. Hang on. So, sorry, mate. I couldn't hear it. Go on, Packer.
Yeah, I feel the same. It's impressive. I get that. It just it's not floating my boat.
That's all right. Not a problem at all. But
I get that it's very clever and really well done.
But that's also not enough for me. There's plenty of like muso music that I just, they're okay. You might be fiddling around and doing this with your modes, and they're not thinking about what it actually sounds like. But I would listen to the album a couple of times and see how you feel. Check this one out. Let's try a bit of this one. I mean, I know that it's a bit funny because it starts off all twee and then it It goes like the last one again. Let's try this. Let me know you can hear it. But the point I was making was that Paul played that from memory, having not played it for 5 years. That was why I played it. Here we go. Go on, John. Oh, Lord. If that floated any of your boats, the album's called Birds of Fire, Mahavishnu Orchestra. Incredible music. And of course, if you do like it, you'll find some more albums. Inner Mountain Flames got some beauties on it. I could sit and talk forever. I've got to go to bed now. I haven't even eaten. And the old Woodstock quote. James can see the music. Amazing. Hang on. I can't stop myself now. I don't know. What is it with tunes you like where you feel like you've got to win people over? And I'm not playing with me best hand here, I must admit. I don't know if... Hang on, I know you can't hear it. Can you hear it back now?
Yeah.
Listen to the drumming. Really from the... Oh, here we go. Yeah, man. Can you hear him pumping that bass? Woo! That's a 5-string violin. That lead melody there. Then old Johnny Boy comes in. Oh God, man, I'm going to be up all night listening to Mahavishnu Orchestra. Right, I've got to go. Right, see you later, Packer.
Good night.
Good night, mate. Right, he's gone. I'm not going to repeat everything again, but if you like a little bit of that, Mahavishnu Orchestra, I'll give you the link to the other one. I think Birds of Fire is the easier album to get into. And this is, I'll link you to the whole album playlist. There you go, just in case it floated your boat, give it a go. I'll talk to you all another time. I'm going to be so knackered tomorrow. Ta-da! Hoi-ta!